Hi there. Hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, everybody. Oh, my goodness. All right. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. How are we? How are we, everybody? Hello. Hey, Rocks. How's it going? Okay. Man, this is. I wear these headphones all the time. Hey, Est, welcome. Morning, Khan. I wear these headphones all the damn time, eh? I feel like I need lighter headphones or something. Because, damn. All right. Everyone, we are going to go through 3 big stories today. Hey, Baby Walk. Hey, Pujol. Welcome. Am I going to do anything on Kashmir today? No. I don't have anything on Kashmir today. Hi, Isabella. Welcome. Hey, Schlendrian, welcome. Hey, cups of tea. Welcome, everybody. Welcome in. Any shots fired today? Not today. No. No shots fired today, folks. No shots. Okay, today we're going to talk about Israel's impunity and how we might be starting to see the limits of it. Might is the big one. We're going to talk about how the West uses coercion when its power starts to slip. Oh, I can't wait to talk about that. Is this World War III simulator? Not yet. And the global South is building power. And they're saying, fuck you, West. You know? They're saying, take a hike. Take a hike, Westies. We'll do whatever the hell we want. And that's nice. That's very important. Kia ora, SJP. Fascism Watch. Hello. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad every day. I actually think 1,396 on a day is pretty good. I have come to understand that negative 1,396 ain't bad. KK. Oh, thank you, KK. We got a hater in chat. Oh, it's always nice when haters come into the chat. It's beautiful. Go cope somewhere else, KK. I think the Nazi live is a couple of swipes away. Hey, Shanna, welcome. What's up, lady? What's up, fellow Western imperialists? Oh, the hater. Hey, Mia. You're a hater? No, Matt. I'll never believe you. Even if you hated me, I wouldn't believe you. I wouldn't let it happen. I wouldn't let it seep into my mind that Matt is a hater. You're one too noisy immigrant living in New Zealand. Yes, I know, Eleni. I know. Please. Hey, Loza, welcome. Welcome, Sahali. Hello. Hey, Shiny. What up? Home Slice? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Hey, Doug. How are you? Okay. Let's get started with a little bit.
Day 101.
Day. It's day 101, everybody. Let's get started with this corpse of a human being. Hold up. Let me just quickly. I always forget to open like one thing. Hey, Valkurna. Hey, Jess. Welcome. Daddy Durable, the New Zealand Night Zaddy. Oh my gosh. Funeral Wax. Hey, Dram. Welcome. I don't know what to say, Funeral Wax. Honestly, it's just, I don't know what to say. Okay. Here's Michael Clark From Sky News, it's day 100, everybody. The ceasefire's all but broken. Where does this leave us? He's gotten a little pinker. You swung too hard on that one. Can we call them Zianki? No, please, Laney, don't do it. All right, let's get into it.
Day 101 of the war seemed to begin in a rather dangerous state after day 100 because overnight a series of things had happened. Hezbollah had launched a series of rockets.
Kia ora, my close brush.
They don't seem to have done any damage, certainly no casualties.
Thank you so much, Jess.
But in response, the Israelis went to Beirut. They'd always said that they might. The Americans had said, don't go to Beirut, but they did. They went to the Deheya area, the southern suburb of Beirut, which is the Hezbollah stronghold, and they attacked it. And because of...
They went to Beirut. They attacked Beirut illegally. Michael, say illegal. Trump sleeping at the NBA game after he ruined everyone's time, thought he was making a peace plan. Oh, Valkurna, it was so good to hear those fans booing. It was excellent. The world went to shit when New Zealand fired their national wizard. Lol. Radio Free Cloud, hello.
So that the Iranians then did what they said they would do in that case, and they attacked Israel. And they sent a number of missiles to places like Tel Nof and particularly Nevatim. Nevatim is quite interesting because Nevatim is quite near Dimona, which is the nuclear plant, and all of Israel's nuclear stuff and its main Air Force base is at Nevatim. And the fact is, the Iranians were making a clear point here. They were sending ballistic missiles.
There's a fucking Guardian article about this fucking thing. New Zealand Council ends contract with Wizard after decades of service. Avengers Girl, hello. Welcome. That was real. Only in Aotearoa, I guess. What was I going to say, everybody? What was I going to say? I forgot now, so let's keep going.
According to American intelligence, they've still got 70%
the Knicks lost,
of the ballistic missile stocks and maybe 75% of all of their launchers. So the Iranians, and this is their footage, were making the point that they can still send ballistic missiles and they can get through the Iron Dome system, Israel's defense system, and hit the ground, which indeed they did. They were not launching all-out
I'm good, thank you, Avengers Girl. I'm good.
A symbolic attack, which did what they wanted it to do.
I'm
and
good.
As a result, the
I feel
Israelis
better
then
today.
did what they said that they were going to do, and they struck Iran. Now, they struck Iran in more places, so they went for Tabriz and Karaj and Tehran and Isfahan and Mashhad, which is in the south. And Mashhad, they said, was a petrochemical plant that produces fuel for ballistic missiles, quite likely. But again, the Israelis didn't do all of the things that they said that they might do. And we were all worrying that these sort of mutual exchange of missiles would result in a bigger regional conflagration again, because the
I'm feeling. Thank you, Avengers Girl. Thank you for asking. I'm feeling good today. I'm feeling good because I feel like I'm starting to understand the direction of all of this. You know, it's all happened so fast over the last 3 years of just building a community, educating, and just trying to amplify really important subjects. But I feel like today, the way I work is when there's a bit of doubt in terms of like a plan, a direction, I struggle. It's very anxious moments for me. And I end up spending a shitload of time trying to understand the problem. And for me, in this case, it was, how does this community create real impact other than, of course, the giving that we do all the time? Other than the monetary side, like what is the thing, we're going to leave behind? And for me, it's the equitable index and the project to replace GDP. I think is a really it's a chunky purpose that we can all agree on. At least the people in this community can agree on is we have to replace GDP. And I feel like it's leading my mind into really good directions. And that's like my sweet spot. When I get a sniff of a direction. I felt it today. I felt it today. You know? That's why I feel nice. I feel good. I feel really good from that perspective. But obviously all the news is really shit. So there is that.
Iranians had always said, if the Israelis attack us, we will attack American bases again in Iraq, in Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, in Qatar, in United Arab Emirates, even in Oman. And if that were the case, if they really did go after those bases, then the whole conflagration would start again, and the region as a whole will be back to war of the sort we saw up until the ceasefire of the 8th of April. But it didn't happen. This afternoon, the Iranians said that they would not attack Israel any further as long as Israel did not attack them. And about an hour later, the Israelis said, well, they will not attack Iran any further as long as Hezbollah did not attack or send any rockets from Lebanon over the border to northern Israel. So both sides have stood back. And it's possible that that will hold if Hezbollah can be deterred from firing any rockets into northern Israel.
Hey, Jen.
Which brings us to the situation back to, in a sense, where we were. President Trump is trying to make sure that both sides restrain their actions against each other. Netanyahu, you must not go to Beirut again. You must not attack Beirut. Galibaf, you must actually stick with the peace plan that we are developing with you or in league with you.
Hankers.
And you must not then attack the Israelis. President Trump is trying to maintain this sense that there is progress in the talks. Whether there is or not, we don't really know. All of them are playing brinkmanship. All of them are playing for time and trying to bluff. And above all, President Trump is trying to buy time for his deal. If it's close, we're not sure, but to buy time for that deal to work. In reality, he probably doesn't have as much time as he says he's got, but today, maybe, he's bought himself a little bit more.
What? Michael Clark leaves me. Yeah, exactly. Michael Clark sometimes leaves me with more questions than answers.
So there we are.
What the fuck did he say? He is the master of saying things and not actually mean anything. You know?
They don't know what the fuck
Hey, Beth.
they're doing. Do you understand that?
Honestly, that was a whole bunch of nothing. It was like he made absurd guesses, and I just don't. I think one of the big things commentators like this guy miss, or at least they do it purposefully. They're doing it purposefully, of course. Is the asymmetry. They'll never ever talk about the wildly asymmetric nature of what's happening here. The largest and richest country / military power possibly in the history of humankind has been taking it out on the Middle East for decades. And this power is now stuck, not knowing what to do because it went too far. And it's being held in a holding position because Iran decided it wasn't going to have any more of this bullshit. It's the most fascinating thing to watch mainstream media try to turn America and Israel into the victims. They're trying so hard to do it. But every single day, it just gets more ridiculous, the talking points. Hey, Princess, welcome. The talking points just get more ridiculous. And actually, like Michael Clark here, they don't actually make any sense. Because they don't really talk about who the two sides are in a realistic way. They just hate when the West isn't, cracking the whip, so to speak.
U.S. President Donald Trump has told U.S. media outlet Axios that he warned Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that Israel may be fighting alone if he goes back to war with Iran. Axios quoted Trump as saying, "Bibi, you better be careful or you will be on your own very soon." Okay,
don't believe anything that Axios says. Don't believe anything Axios says.
Soon.
Hey, convicts. Am I Israeli? Fuck no.
Against one another after they launched a series of strikes. It was the most serious escalation since the ceasefire came into effect in April. Iran's military says if Israel continues military operations against Lebanon, it will retaliate. Juliet Eiger reports.
A wave of Iranian missiles fired towards Israel, testing an already fragile ceasefire. Tehran says the attacks are a direct response to Israel.
Tell me what made me seem like an Israeli. I'll never do it again. What did I say that made me seem like an Israeli? Please tell me, because I never want to utter those words ever again. What did I say?
Israel's ongoing military assault on Lebanon, a campaign it accuses the US of supporting.
The US is directly responsible. They are party to the ceasefire negotiations. Therefore, any event or any act in violation of the ceasefire, be it through the interception of vessels, the targeting of southern Lebanon by Israel, or any other event, will cause the United States to be directly responsible for the escalation in the region.
Israel launched a wave of retaliatory strikes. Initial attacks targeted areas including the capital Tehran, Tabriz, and Esfahan. It also hit a petrochemical complex in Mashhad.
Watching people get blown up by drones is just like character selection in GTA 5. Eleni, no, I get what you're trying to say. It's just been normalized. I hope that's. I don't know if that's what you're saying. I hope I got that right. That read right. But it isn't. Every time I watch it, I'm watching a person get bombed. You benefit from colonialism, the very thing you criticize Israel for. So what you're trying to say is, I live in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and talk about colonization as a bad thing. And you hate that because I live in Aotearoa? Why do you not like what I'm talking about?
Yesterday, the Iranian terror regime violated the ceasefire after 2 months. It opened fire and launched toward Israel. We attacked the petrochemical complex in Mashhad in southwestern Iran. In this complex, materials and components essential to the regime's missile program were produced.
In response, Iran struck a petrochemical facility in Haifa. It's also targeted 2 Israeli air bases, but many of the interceptions were above the occupied West Bank, over Palestinian homes. The escalation is pulling in other regional actors.
The Yemeni armed forces affirm the following. First, we declare a complete and total ban on Israeli maritime navigation in the Red Sea, and we consider all enemy movements to be legitimate military targets for our armed forces from the moment that this statement is issued.
US President Donald Trump told Israel and Iran to immediately stop attacking each other, insisting a diplomatic solution is still viable. Julie Dager, Al Jazeera.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has warned that any future Iranian attacks will be met with what he called full force.
כרגע האש בחזית הזאת נצורה.
Right now, the fire at the front is contained because after we hit the terrorist regime in Tehran, it stopped attacking us. If it makes the mistake and attacks us again, we will respond forcefully. Because Israel has a full right to self-defense and we exercise it to the extent necessary. I say this to you as I say it with appreciation and respect in my good conversations with my friend, President Trump.
And strikes have not stopped entirely. Air raid sirens sounded in the Israeli city Eilat within just the last hour. The Israeli military saying it intercepted a suspicious aerial target from Yemen. That's what it looks like. Eilat is Israel's southernmost city and home to its only port on the Red Sea. Houthi leaders have declared a ban on Israeli shipping through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. That's the southern exit of the Red Sea, which is a significant trade route for the country. Phyllis Bennis is a fellow at the Institute for Policy Studies and an international advisor for the Jewish Voice for Peace. Phyllis, you're joining us from Washington, D.C. Let's start with the words of the U.S. president to the Israeli prime minister, as reported by Axios, quote, "Be careful or you'll be on your own very soon." That's Donald Trump to Benjamin Netanyahu. You told me this is not as significant as it might appear. Why?
Yeah, they're pretty good,
I
Detective.
think the words could be significant
Jewish Voice with Peace is pretty amazing.
if they were matched by actions. What we see now are a set of words, you better be careful, you'll find yourself acting alone, that are not backed up by actions. As long as the United States continues to send tens of billions of dollars to Israel, as it has since the genocide began against Gaza back in October of 2023, and as long as they're sending billions of dollars directly to the Israeli military, and as long as they're protecting Israel from being held accountable in the International Court of Justice or the International Criminal Court, as long as those actions don't change, the words just don't mean very much. This is very much the same thing that we saw during the first years of the genocide under President Biden and then later under President Trump, where they would say, please stop killing so many Palestinians, but continuing to send virtually unlimited bombs and bombers and weapons of all sorts, as well as huge amounts of money from the U.S. taxpayers. As long as that continues, there's really no reason that Netanyahu should assume that he has to worry about the words that sound very good to a U.S. domestic audience.
I want to bring Iran into this. Yesterday on Sunday, Iran assessed that it was in its best interest to launch a ballistic missile strike on Israel, which has by far the strongest army and fighting force in the region, one of the strongest in the world. What does that tell you?
Well, I think one of the things that it said is that Iran wants to be taken seriously when it says we have red lines. One of the red lines is that any ceasefire that's signed off on.
Why is the U.S. giving Israel money? Because Israel is an extension of American American imperialism. The U.S. sees value in maintaining the state of Israel because it means that it can control one of the most important resources in our world today, and that's petroleum, oil. That's what it comes down to. Israel is a proxy state, a vassal state, you can say, in the Middle East. And America sees a lot of value in maintaining Israel in that area. The moment America does not see value, it will drop Israel like a hot poo.
Between the U.S. and Iran must include, and with Israel's involvement as well, it must include a ceasefire in Lebanon. It must prevent Israel from continuing its assault on South Lebanon, but that particularly an assault on Beirut, on the capital of Lebanon, or the suburbs of Beirut, is a red line. And they had said that before. This was not something new. The Israelis had gone ahead earlier and had attacked, through that, ignoring that red line, had attacked the southern suburbs of Beirut. And now Iran was saying, you know what, we're serious about it, and we're going to show you that we're serious. So I think that's what we were really seeing in that Iranian response to the Israeli action.
How is Israel...
The question of how far it will go, we don't know.
Well, that was going to be my question. How is Israel going to have to factor that in? Because I suppose you could make the argument that Israel intercepted Iran's missiles, that Iran didn't do damage. But then the counter argument to that is that Israel does now have to... Israel is aware now, Israel must know that if it carries out a certain level of offensive action against Hezbollah, it's probably going to expose itself or make itself susceptible to new Iranian attacks.
That's absolutely right. And I think that what we're looking at is both sides are trying to assess how to be taken seriously and at the same time not be more provocative than they need to be. The Iranians were very careful. They used, I think it was 11 missiles. All of them were intercepted. There were no casualties. That's a good thing. If there had been, the Israeli government might have felt compelled to go even further than they did.
Thank you for the follow.
They're showing that they can control the amount of weaponry, but that they are not going to simply sit back and abide by somebody else's word that you better...
They weren't all intercepted. A couple landed.
Be careful. That both sides, as Trump said the other day, both sides have to stop shooting, as if they were sort of in the OK corral or something like that. But nonetheless, he was targeting both sides at that moment, but in a way that could not be taken seriously because it was not matched by actions. That's what undermines certainly Trump's words on all of this. And it sets up a situation where the question of including Lebanon in any serious region-wide ceasefire has to be taken up, has to be taken seriously.
Hey, Septimus, welcome.
Yet about the question of including Palestine, even just Gaza, where the genocide continues. There were 13 people more in Gaza killed yesterday, one of them an 8-year-old boy. This is going on a daily basis. And we have not yet heard from the Iranians that they are demanding that. We certainly haven't heard it from Trump, that he is demanding that there be an extension of a real ceasefire. The ceasefire that is supposed to be underway in Gaza has never been underway. There has never been a stop to the genocide that has gone on since October of 2023. So as long as those regional crises continue, I think it's very unlikely that we're going to see any kind of a serious and lasting ceasefire, even if it's limited to just stop firing, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and we'll deal with all the rest later. Even if it was that narrow, I'm not sure that we can accomplish it until there is a serious acceptance that there has to be a regional move as well.
Hey, Big Jerry.
One of the U.S.'s war goals against Iran was precisely to weaken Tehran's support for regional allies, such as Hezbollah. In the last 24 hours, as we've said, Iran took the unprecedented step of initiating a strike against Israel. Is that a U.S.-owned goal after 100-plus days of military engagement in the region?
It's not clear to me what the U.S. goals ever really were. I think we heard dozens of different goals. Some of them had been achieved, the massive destruction of Iran's navy. Yes, but it still has enough of a navy to keep the Strait of Hormuz shut because it doesn't need a full-size navy to do that. We also saw in the last 24 hours the engagement of the Houthi militants in Yemen, another grouping that has some backing from Iran. They're not a puppet of Iran, but they certainly are identified and supported by Iran.
One thing that isn't being talked about is the fact that the Houthis have said they'll block the Bab el-Mandab Strait. Yeah, people are just not talking about this. It's quite a big move after stopping that for so long. I think there's too much. They've bitten off more than they can chew here, America. I think for the first time, I feel like it's happened.
If they intend to continue attacking Israeli forces around the Red Sea, this could create a whole new level, a new front, if you will, of this military assault that's going on at a regional level. So it just comes back to the notion that there has to be a regional solution here. It's not going to be enough to have the U.S. and Iran sign off on a ceasefire deal of their own, allowing Israel to go ahead and continue to escalate its occupation of South.
It looks like we just lost.
one thing to note is since Israel started the ceasefire in March, the bullshit ceasefire with Lebanon in March, Israel has fired over 3,000 missiles at Lebanon. 3,000 missiles. Okay? 3,000, folks. That's a lot of missiles. How the heck do they even have 3,000 missiles, man? Who's giving them these missiles? As no one stand against the chosen and only Iran. What is the stand of Iran in this new world order? Where does Iran stand in the new world order? Iran isn't standing by itself. Okay, that's the other thing here. Iran is 3,000 missiles, probably 3%. I don't know. Iran has strengthened its ties with Russia, with China. It's what you're seeing appear is a new world order. Everybody, it's happening right now. It's happening in real time. It's Ahmed Aziz. Guys, in the chat, Ahmed Aziz has joined us from Gaza City. Ahmed used to be on TikTok. He's now moved to Twitch. But yeah, he's probably got a GoFundMe or a Chuffed there. Please help him out. Help him out. He's in Gaza City right now, and he's in Gaza right now, and life is obviously very tough. We're gonna have people from Gaza in the chat often, so please help out if you can. Help out if you can. Okay. New York Times. The 15-hour fight with Iran showed the bind Israel is in. I wanted to read this. Because I think it's pretty... It does. Hey, Lordly. Evening, not the one. Hey, Tracy, welcome. Amani, welcome. Okay. I wanted to read this one. I wanted to get... Hey, Kathy. I wanted to get the New York Times take on it. I know we aren't particularly fond of this outlet, but it's always good to get an idea of how mainstream media is thinking about this right now. It's going to give us a gauge on how things are going. Mainstream media, although toxic, it can give us a good gauge on where the West is right now. Okay? So, the 15-hour fight with Iran showed the bind Israel is in. As it braces for a possible U.S.-Iranian peace deal, Israel now knows that if it responds forcefully to attacks by Hezbollah, Iran may strike Israel with missiles. For Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel, the resumption of fighting with Iran on Sunday may have shown his supporters, at least momentarily, that he still was capable of standing up to President Trump. But the halt to the fighting on Monday, after less than 15 hours, left Israel and its embattled leader in a bind and appearing as beholden to Mr. Trump as ever. If Mr. Netanyahu had hopes of undermining the peace talks that Mr. Trump has been pursuing with Iran, the president's pressure on both sides to stop the airstrikes and Israel's abandonment of preparations for another attack on Monday showed this had failed. The burst of warfare may have also altered how the warring parties weigh and respond to each new set of attacks, and not in a way that is advantageous for Israel. Excellent. Israel now understands that Iran can have its proxy army in Lebanon, Hezbollah attack civilians in northern Israel, that Israeli counterstrikes at Hezbollah may prompt Iran to launch missiles at Israel, and that Mr. Trump may prevent Israel from hitting back at Iran too hard for too long. Oh my gosh, dude. This is Western media, folks. If you read this and you had no idea what the fuck was going on, you'd be like, oh, they're trying to help Iran here. You know, they're trying to help Iran to make the right decision. Iran is a force not to be messed with. Yeah, 100%. This was a major change, said Raz Zimt, director of the Iran program at the Institute for National Security Studies in Tel Aviv. He said it showed that Iran's hardline government was full of confidence and had concluded that President Trump doesn't want to go back to war, so they can take some risks to make sure this linkage of developments in Iran and Lebanon is maintained. The latest round of violence erupted days after a new ceasefire was reached in Washington between Israel and Lebanon. Hezbollah rejected the agreement, and Israel threatened to retaliate in Beirut if Hezbollah attacked Israeli territory again. When Hezbollah did so, firing rockets at Israel on Sunday, Mr. Netanyahu ordered a strike on the Dahia, a Hezbollah stronghold on southern outskirts of Beirut. You see how they fucking manipulate this? They'll never mention that Israel has fired over 3,000 missiles at Lebanon since March. 3,000, folks. 3,000. They'll never say it. It's always Hezbollah's fault, right? Hours later, Iran responded by firing the first of around 30 missiles at Israel. And on Monday, Iran's ally in Yemen, the Houthis, fired one missile into Israel and threatened to attack Israeli and Israel-affiliated ships transiting the Red Sea. Danny Citrinowitz, a retired Israeli military intelligence officer who specialized in Iran, said that Iran and Israel were both trying to impose their own equation on the battlefield. It's actually exhausting now, yeah. Israel is saying that any attack on our cities and border communities will be a reason. Sorry, guys. Fuck, my yawning. I don't know why. It's just... I'm so sorry. It'll go away. It'll go away. Communities will be a reason to attack in Dahia, Mr. Citrinowitz said. For Hezbollah, that's not the case. Hezbollah says the Dahia is for Tel Aviv and your northern villages are for our southern villages. In a recorded video message early Monday evening, Mr. Netanyahu said that the new Iranian and Hezbollah equation was unbearable and unacceptable to me. I love it. Coffee time? Nah, if I drink coffee now, I won't get good sleep. I have to do the Tay-Zonday for a little bit. I insist in our rights to act against our enemies, he said. Israel's airstrikes on Sunday and Monday gave Mr. Netanyahu at least one useful talking point. They showed his restive political base that he was willing to stand up to Mr. Trump, who had scolded Israel for bombing the Dahia and then argued that Israel should exercise restraint against Iran. Crazy. Showing spine against Mr. Trump was meaningful to Mr. Netanyahu, who is trailing in the polls heading into a difficult re-election fight. Just a week ago, Mr. Trump had humiliated him in an angry, profanity-laced phone call in which the president later confirmed he had called Mr. Netanyahu crazy. Oh my gosh. Manufactured outrage, everybody. Fucking manufactured, all of this. None of this shit happens. They just report it like it's real. On Monday, however, Mr. Netanyahu was reduced again to rooting for Mr. Trump to somehow deliver in peace talks what Israeli analysts say appears increasingly hard to imagine. A deal with Iran that would definitively prevent the Islamic Republic from developing a nuclear weapon. Hey, Bobs. May I please have coffee? No, please. Please. Just like a tiny? Please? Fuck. Okay. Many Israelis fear that an eventual deal between the United States and Iran might be far less than ironclad in deterring Iran's nuclear program, while significantly reviving its economy and, with that, its ability to exert influence in the region and threaten Israel. Some analysts speculate that Mr. Netanyahu might have believed that renewed fighting with Iran would escalate fast enough and violently enough to disrupt those talks. Instead, a Monday social media post from Mr. Trump demanding that Israel and Iran immediately stop shooting, and a request made in a phone call with Mr. Netanyahu appeared to bring the fighting to a quick end. Hey, I read good. Salam. Welcome. Unfortunately, it's obvious that Trump strategically has an interest to reach an agreement, Mr. Citrinowitz said. That underscored what has continued to vex many Israelis since Mr. Netanyahu led Israel into war with Iran alongside the United States back in February. Certainly, it had a lot of advantages because it enabled Israel to enjoy the military might of the United States, Mr. Zimmett said. But the very, very significant disadvantage was that it was clear from the beginning that any decision on when and how to end this war rests with President Trump. And so as long as President Trump doesn't want to resume hostilities with Iran, Israel can really do nothing. Interesting. Okay, so the escalation by Netanyahu, obviously election time, he wants to get in the good books of his people. And weirdly enough, the way you get on the good books of the Israeli society is to bomb people, which is crazy to say, but it's just true. Apparently, bombing innocent civilians in Kia ora, the day room, bombing innocent civilians in Lebanon, Gaza, and, ethnic cleansing Palestinians in the West Bank. All of these things are and bombing Iran are things that are going to win Netanyahu votes. That says something about that society. Seriously. That says something about that society. Crazy, man. Crazy, crazy, crazy. And then this is what's happened after the chat about, Netanyahu stopping. True in America, to a lesser degree, both sick countries here. Understand that we are all tired of this. Hey, Ravenka, welcome. True in America too, to a lesser degree, both sick countries. Yeah. Lebanon says Israeli strikes kill at least 14 as attacks persist despite Iranian threat. Who's running against him? Yair Lapid and Naftali Bennett. Both the same. They'll call themselves liberal Zionists, but basically just fascists. Lebanon says Israeli strikes kill at least 14 as attacks persist despite Iranian threat. Okay. So this happened after the ceasefire was called. Israel is still bombing Lebanon. This was entire, I think. Iran has warned that it will resume attacks if Israel continues striking Lebanon, but Israeli leaders on Monday insisted they would not be deterred. Israeli strikes on South Lebanon killed at least 14 people on Monday, June 8th, the Lebanese health ministry said, including 7 after Iran threatened to attack Israel again if it continued bombing the country. Iran-backed Hezbollah, meanwhile, said it had targeted... They say Iran-backed Hezbollah. Why the fuck don't they say American-backed Israel? Yeah, have you ever wondered that? Iran-backed Hezbollah. If it was truly, like, even, how their reporting is like, unbiased, they would say America-backed Israel. But they won't say that. Or Israel-backed ISIS. Israeli-backed ISIS? Yeah, exactly. Iran-backed Hezbollah, meanwhile, said it had targeted Israeli troops inside Lebanon, but did not claim any attacks on Israeli territory. Should I just start saying America-backed Israel? An America-backed Israeli enemy raid on the city of Tyre near the Red Cross Center resulted in 5 martyrs and 8 wounded. 4 of whom were Red Cross paramedics, the Lebanese health ministry said in a statement. It later reported a strike on Marwani Marwanieh, also in the south, killed 2 people, including a child, and wounded 10. Fuck. The strike in Tyre came as America backed Israel, and Iran said they had brought an end to a round of tit-for-tat attacks begun by Tehran over the America-backed Israeli campaign in Lebanon. Iran has warned that it will resume attacks if America-backed Israel continues striking Lebanon, but America-backed Israeli leaders on Monday insisted they would not be deterred. An earlier dawn strike on Zifta in the Nabatea district killed 7 people, including a Syrian child and a woman, according to the ministry. A Lebanon state-run national news agency reported that an enemy airstrike targeted a car with a missile in the city of Tyre near the Lebanese Red Cross building, reporting airstrikes from the early morning. I'll show you guys the picture of this airstrike. I have a picture of this airstrike, like the aftermath of it. Horrendous. Man, just the utter, like, anxiety that must be around these areas, because you just never know when Israel's going to drop a bomb on your head. Here we go. You just never know. Oh, shit. Hold up. Yeah. Okay. Here we are. So this is how the scene ended up. America does not back any of this out. Goofy does not. The people. What? Israel and American hegemony is over. Yankee go home. Yeah. This is how it ended up, guys. This was that strike in Tyre. In Tyre. Noisy, the Twitch chat has been frozen for past 10 minutes, even though I can hear you. No, I can see the Twitch chat. Is it frozen? Have you tried to type human beings? I don't think it's frozen. 1 hour ago, Israel Defense Forces has issued an evacuation warning to residents of Tyre in southern Lebanon. Here we go again. You can't type in there? Oh. Not sure. The messages are coming through. Is Hannah still on the soundboard? Hannah wasn't on the soundboard, actually. I should put her on the soundboard, for sure. We got this asshole on the soundboard, though.
They don't know what the they're doing.
We got him. Yeah, so this is a message. Courtney Boneo. I don't know how to fucking say that name. She's a journalist on the ground there. Another Israeli attack on medics. Lebanese Ministry of Public Health. Today's Israeli attack in Tyre in front of the Red Cross Center killed 5 people and wounded 8, including 4 medics in the Red Cross. Yeah. It's working, I think. It's working. Must be something wrong with your app, human beings. I'm not sure why. Okay. So that bombing is horrific.
New follower detected.
And 621, thank you for the follow. Okay. Okay, we read that. Acts of aggression. While announcing the end of its attacks on Israel, Iran's military central command said that should acts of aggression and hostility continue, including in southern Lebanon, much more severe and crushing measures than before will follow. So I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump and Netanyahu are playing a game here to try and drag Iran into a bigger war. even bigger. They want Iran to be firing their missiles, right? So they're gonna keep threatening. They're gonna keep threatening Lebanon, I think. I just have a feeling that Netanyahu and Trump, although they seem like they're split on this, I think they're working together, and they've got some sort of plan here. They've got some sort of plan happening, I feel. None of this is coincidence or anything, you know. Most Americans hate Donald Trump. I do not agree with that at all, Del. I think you're delusional if you think most Americans hate Donald Trump and then they basically like voted for him. He's the president, Del. He's the fucking president, Del. Acts of aggression. While announcing the end of its attacks on Israel, Iran's military central command said that should attack... Okay, I read that. No, he rigged the election. You sound like Donald Trump's fan base. You sound like MAGA. You sound like blue MAGA, actually. But Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz vowed after the warning that the military would continue to operate in Lebanon against the terrorist organization Hezbollah. More people didn't vote, but a lot of US hate him. A lot of us hate him. I don't know, Tanya. Yeah, not everyone voted for him, but he won the presidency, Glenn. He won the damn... He's the president of your country, Glenn. He added that Israel would strike Beirut's southern suburbs in retaliation for every attack on northern Israel. We categorically reject Iran's threats. Any Iranian attempt to link Lebanon and Iran and attack Israel will be met with great force, as happened yesterday, said Katz. The Israeli military then issued an evacuation warning for an area of Tyre, with the NNA reporting a strike there later. Iran insists a halt to the broader Middle East conflict must include a ceasefire in Lebanon, and on Sunday fired missiles at Israel in response to Israeli strikes on Beirut's southern suburbs earlier in the day. Lebanon says Israeli strikes have killed more than 3,600 people since Hezbollah drew Lebanon into the Middle East conflict on March. Since Hezbollah drew Lebanon into the Middle East conflict. With rockets fired at Israel. Oh, bro. This is so fucking sick, man. This is what Western media is all about. Listen to this. They're trying to make it seem like the victim is Israel. Lebanon says Israeli strikes have killed more than 3,600 people since Hezbollah drew Lebanon into the Middle East conflict on March 2nd with rocket fire at Israel to avenge the U.S.-Israeli killing of Iran's supreme leader.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Crazy. Crazy, crazy. After an April 17 ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah began, Israel announced a so-called yellow line inside Lebanese territory about a dozen kilometers from its northern border where its ground troops are operating. Bro, this is so sick, man. I can't believe Western media does this shit, eh? Still, we see it. We see it, folks. We fucking see it. Oh, these people, man. Okay, so this is a video of a helicopter firing missiles in Gaza. It happened a few hours ago. Yesterday. I don't even think it's been 24 hours. I don't even think this incident has been 24 hours. I can't show this video on TikTok. But here it is.
ايه ضربه
So crazy, man. Just firing at innocent people. Just killing indiscriminately. Whoever that pilot is, that we need to know who that pilot is so that this pilot never steps foot in any other country. They're shooting at unarmed civilians. Yeah, exactly. Okay, from that to more coercion and bullshit from Western nations again. UN watchdog, Western nations call on Iran to restart nuclear cooperation. Oh, you're going to love. I tried to juxtapose the next two stories, okay? Like one after the other. I wanted you to see them side by side. I wanted you to see them side by side so you understood the hypocrisy of the West. And what are you saying, Ravenka? Like, what the fuck are you saying? I'm talking about the UN watchdog here. Please calm down. So, geez, do you want to correct every word I speak? So this is what happens when the West tells you something and then does something exactly opposite. So this is scenario one. This is scenario one where the IAEA chief is saying Iran-US nuclear talks in complicated phase, but also saying, hey, restart your nuclear cooperation. Restart your nuclear cooperation. IAEA chief Rafael Grossi urges Tehran to re-engage. US and E3 demand information on whereabouts of enriched uranium. Okay? So they're saying this to Iran, and literally the next article I'm going to read you guys is nuclear risks rise as powers expand and modernize arsenals. SIPRI study finds nuclear states are walking away from disarmament commitments amid heightened escalation dangers, leading institute warns. Okay, so there's this, them saying, hey, Iran, do things by the rules. And then there is also the next article, which is, hey, actually, the people who are making the rules aren't running by the rules, aren't acting within the rules. Okay? So it just, institutions like the IAEA are not supposed to be for everybody. Institutions like the IAEA they are created by the West to control the global South. That's how this works. The head of the United Nations nuclear watchdog has called on Iran to re-engage with inspections of its nuclear sites, while the US and European partners have demanded information on the whereabouts of the country's stores of enriched uranium. Salam, Amira. International Atomic Energy Agency Chief Rafael Grossi said on Monday that it is very important that Tehran re-engage to allow the international watchdog to continue oversight of its nuclear program. United States President Donald Trump has said that the need to prevent Iran producing a nuclear weapon is a key driver of the ongoing military operation against Iran. Tehran insists that its nuclear program is purely for civilian purposes. Israel and the US bombed Iran's nuclear sites last year. The condition of its infrastructure and whereabouts of its stores of enriched uranium remains unknown. It's very important that we re-engage, Grossi said, as he opened a quarterly board of governors meeting. He urged Tehran in a written statement to engage with IAEA constructively in order to facilitate the full and effective implementation of safeguards in Iran, referring to inspections. The US, meanwhile, alongside the UK, France, and Germany, requested that the board pass a resolution ordering Iran to provide clear information on the bomb sites and enriched uranium. The draft said Iran must provide precise information on nuclear material accountancy and safeguarded nuclear facilities in Iran and grant the IAEA all access to inspect and verify sites, according to the AFP news agency. Hey, Anna, welcome. The resolution was expected to pass as a similar initiative did last November. However, it could complicate the ongoing Pakistani-led efforts to negotiate a deal between Washington and Tehran. This is all fucking just the West trying to maintain checks and balances on countries in the global South. That's all it is. That's all it fucking is. It is white supremacy. This is what white supremacy is. This is what white supremacy is. This is what white privilege is. And it all needs to be dismantled. Dismantled right now. Iran's mission to the IAEA appeared to warn as much in a statement on X, noting that coercion and confrontation do not lead to cooperation, but undermines prospects of diplomatic solution. Yeah, exactly. This is what Iran said. Coercion and confrontation do not lead to cooperation, but undermines prospects of a diplomatic solution. You see, it is coercion, isn't it? Oh, this dude came back today? Fuck. What an idiot. Gets absolutely rolled yesterday and then comes back for another go. Oh my gosh. The board must not be instrumentalized to relieve those who carried out these attacks of their responsibility, the statement said, referring to the U.S. bombings of its facilities. Little access. Last June, as Israel's 12-day war on Iran was underway, the U.S. bombed Iran's Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan nuclear sites in an attack known as Operation Midnight Hammer. Since then, the IAEA has not had access to the sites, and Tehran has not explained what happened to the nuclear material stored there. Nuclear facilities have also been struck during the U.S.-Israel war on Iran that began February 28th, prompting the IAEA to halt inspections that had continued at sites that were not bombed. It has since only inspected Iran's operating power plant at Bushehr. You know what the IAEA should do? They should inspect Israel. It's pretty simple, folks. If the IAEA is asking Iran to show its nuclear material, then the IAEA should also ask Israel about its nuclear material. It's stupid that Israel has nuclear weapons and has not declared them. The June strikes damaged or destroyed some uranium enrichment facilities, but much of the highly enriched uranium itself is believed to have survived. The IAEA had previously estimated that Iran held around 440 kilograms, 970 pounds of uranium enriched to 60%, close to 90% needed to build a nuclear bomb. This is why North Korea got a nuclear bomb, guys. This is why North Korea got a fucking nuclear bomb. Because if North Korea didn't have nuclear weapons, they would have been put to the sword just like this. It's fucking stupid. This does not create a safe world. All this does is creates more animosity and violence, which is what's happening in the world right now.
New follower detected.
The IAEA has previously... Oh, yeah, we read that. Tehran has... Who's... Terrorist. Oh, lovely name. Terrorist, welcome. Thank you for the follow. The IAEA... Tehran has repeatedly denied accusations of nuclear ambitions. Speaking to reporters Monday, Grossi lamented that the channel of communications is broken with Iranian leaders. Of course, when you have active shelling or bombing, inspections are not possible. But there are many things that can be done. And the important thing is this dialogue, he said. Bro, this profane dude is just silly. I'm just going to block this person. Yeah, so as that's happening, this is also happening right now. Nuclear risks rise as power expands and modernize arsenals, SIPRI study. Nuclear states are walking away from disarmament. Hey, my clothes brush, can you please keep an eye on these idiots? I just don't want to spend time with, like, mods, all of you. Just keep an eye on people like this. I just don't want these people in the live when we're reading shit like this. Like, they'll say racist stuff, and what's the point? Is it really contributing? You know? Is it really adding value? Like, this guy is obviously is an Islamophobe, white supremacist. And, like, why do we need this guy? We've already spoken to him. We've given him enough airtime. Obviously wants to be the center of attention. Just block them. Don't give them time. Like, okay. Anyway, let's move on. Nuclear risks rise as powers expand and modernize arsenal. Nuclear states are walking away from disarmament commitments amid heightened escalation dangers, leading institute warns. The world's 9 nuclear-armed states are upgrading and expanding their arsenals, accelerating an arms race that is creating new risks amid rising global tensions, a new report has warned. Published on Monday, the study by Stock... Maybe you need some help. Who can we... Okay. Published on Monday, the study by the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI, most of these countries deployed new nuclear-armed or nuclear-capable weapon systems last year. Fuck. It added that the power's increasing reliance on nuclear weapons is reversing decades of demobilization efforts, even as dangers of escalation and miscalculation are growing. The evidence is growing that the nuclear weapon states are sidelining and even walking away from their disarmament commitments and are instead flexing their nuclear muscles, said SIPRI researcher Hans Christensen. Yeah, the day room. I'd appreciate it. My clothes brush, I know the day room. I think we can definitely trust. Happy to help as well, Lou Mama. Thank you so much, Lou Mama. Thank you, Ams. Thank you. I'm just going to add you as well. I think the more the merrier, right? Like, just... Thank you so much. It just gets unnecessary. I can delete some bigots in TT chat if you need to, Noisy. Nice, Shiny. Yeah, it's just, I don't mind giving these people time to speak. Like, this person spoke yesterday. I thought we blocked them yesterday, but I gave them like 30 minutes of time yesterday. And all they said was like dumb, racist bullshit, you know? So like, why again? I just don't see the point. They had their chance. Now they're just saying dumb shit again. I'm just patiently waiting. The fallout from his failed war has him unraveling even faster. Yeah. Totally. Shiny. Have I not added you as a mod here, Shiny? Hold up. Thank you so much, Shiny. I'm on for a few streamers, and sometimes it really is best just to ban and move on. Yeah. Now, 100% actually. 100%. I do give them an opportunity, though. If they come back and just act like the same, self-interested prick, then, yeah, what the fuck is the point? According to SIPRI report... No, thank you, Shiny. Thank you. According to SIPRI report, the 9 nuclear powers, China, France, India, Israel. Israel! Oh! Oh! Oh, they did. SIPRI just said it, folks. You see this? Even SIPRI isn't denying it. So they do have a bomb. Yeah, they have multiple, Lisa. China, France, India, Israel, North Korea, Pakistan, Russia, and the United Kingdom and the United States possessed 12,187 nuclear warheads as of January this year, with some 9,745 of these held in military stockpiles for potential use. They do admit it, yeah. Israel has 120 to 220 nuclear weapons. Yeah, Sean. Yeah, SIPRI, not Israel themselves. They have a bong. I mean, we all knew it. Yeah, we knew. But it's nice when people start, like the Dersh admitted it as well on a little podcast that he was on. It's nice. It's nice when it's formally agreed. The U.S. cannot recognize that Israel has nuclear weapons because it violates the Glenn Act. But Sean, when has America cared about any rules? Like the Leahy Law means that America can't supply arms to Israel. Guess the jig is up. I'm fine with that. Yeah. Technically, we didn't know. No. Wink, wink, nondo. Yeah, Chris. Exactly. The researchers said an estimated 4,012 warheads were deployed with missiles and aircraft, while up to 2,200 were kept on high alert, meaning they could be launched within minutes. Of these, nearly all belong to Russia or the US, and to a lesser extent, France and the UK. Okay. Who's going to launch a nuclear bomb, folks? Who the fuck is going to launch a nuclear bomb? It ain't fucking Iran, bro. It ain't Iran. Oh, we're so fucked. It's not Iran.
They don't know what the they're doing.
Oh, it's not Iran, folks. It's not Iran. While they say that Iran's the dangerous one, they're all arming. Bro, they can't fart and just caught. The Glenn Amendment is a core piece of U.S. non-proliferation legislation. But Sean, no legality matters anymore, Sean. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's just legality is not a thing anymore. Hey, Greg. Iran doesn't need one, arguably, either. Yeah, exactly. Iran's nuclear bomb is the Strait of Hormuz. It's the Strait. That's the nuclear bomb. I'm good, sir. I hope you're doing well. Genocide is supposed to be illegal after all. Yeah, exactly. And remember that Blinken was presented by USAID themselves a report saying that Israel's committing war crimes in Gaza, which meant that America had to stop aid. And what did Blinken do? He just threw that out the door and just kept supplying Israel with more weapons. The guy, Blinken, is a straight up war criminal. Like, that guy should be at The Hague, minimum. The researchers said an estimated... Oh, yeah. Okay. Global nuclear weapons stockpile. I'll show you guys this. Hopefully you can see that. This is the global nuclear weapons stockpile, everybody. 9 countries hold roughly 12,187 warheads as of early 2026, according to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. 4,400. Russia and the US own 86% of the world's total nuclear weapons. Can I talk like an old Englishman? Nope. That's why it's important to read. That's why the US ignores the fact that they have nuclear weapons. Yeah. The law says the US isn't allowed to provide any weapons to people that didn't abide by the act. Yeah, but Sean, like that's the point though, right? Like the Leahy law says the same. Not about nuclear weapons, but any weapons. I think the China number is wrong. Probably. Israel never signed the Non-Proliferation Act. It's the only country. No, it's not the only country. India nor Pakistan has signed the... India and Pakistan haven't signed the NPT either. Special interests. Elizabeth Warren. Okay. I know what this is going to be. I think we can take a look at this. I need to summarize this, but Elizabeth Warren herself is crazy, by the way. Elizabeth Warren herself is kind of a Zionist, man. I lost faith in all of them, you know, Bernie, Warren, all of them. AOC. Not even kind of. Yeah. An estimate, like, I'm trying to be nice, right? Did you see how Trump got booed at the World Cup? You mean at the basketball? Even Bernie? Yeah, Nick. Bernie is very pro-Israel, by the way. Very pro-Israel. Yeah, at the Knicks game. Bernie is extremely pro-Israel. He said he's pro-Israel. The other thing about Bernie is he always directs all of his criticism.
New follower detected.
He always directs all of his criticism at Netanyahu. It's never the state of Israel. And, you know, Bernie has connections to the state of Israel too. It's sad, bro. Like, what we're learning through this moment is Ahmed Aziz. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I think I wasn't promoting her, Noisy, just that put stuff on Elon together. Yeah, of course, Kate. Like, I'm sure it'll be really good because Warren, for her faults, communicates the whole anti-billionaire thing well. She sounds populist, but I think she does use clearly understandable language. I actually used to like Elizabeth Warren, but this is the thing, you know, this has changed it for all of us. This has changed it for all of us. What's 8PB? Russia and the US remain the overwhelming nuclear powers, together possessing an estimated 83% of warheads available for military use and nearly 86% of all nuclear weapons globally. While these figures are relatively on par with those from 2025, SIPRI said the country's extensive modernization programs seem likely to increase the size and diversity of their arsenals in the future. 331 seats in Congress owned by AIPAC and 97 senators, by the way. Yeah. The Institute also said it expected the steady drop in the global nuclear stockpile that followed the end of the Cold War to be reversed in the coming years due to a slowdown in the dismantling of retired warheads by the leading powers and an acceleration in the deployment of new weapons. The world's militaries spent $2.88 trillion in 2025. Wow. Holy shit. The US topped the list in military spending as it has done every year since World War II. In 2025, it spent $954 billion, more than the next 6 countries combined. Oh my gosh. Look at this. How is this okay, man? What the fuck is this? Oh, shit. I'm taking a screenshot. The fact they've done that over 40-ish years. No, this is from World War II. I hate this game. Yeah. And most of the next top 10 are US allies. Yeah, exactly. USA spends 3.1% of its GDP. Other countries way more. US economy just way bigger now. Yeah, you can see it like that. But the difference between the United States and the reason why the United States spends that much, the US GDP would decrease if, like, by not in proportion to, but a lot more, disproportionately, I should say. The US GDP would decrease disproportionately if it stopped spending on the military. It's not about percentage. It's the fact that the US military drives the rest of its GDP. It's without the US military and without the ability for the US to project strength, you wouldn't have a productive economy like America's. Because remember, all of what's happening here with the United States doing this, spending its money on military, is it's able to project strength and take control of waterways around the world. Control of the flow of oil, the whole shebang. If the US stopped, then it would disproportionately impact America's GDP. Without the violence, your life in America would be a lot worse. Undoubtedly a lot worse. I can't tell you exactly how much worse, but if you think about it, all this energy that the US controls and the fact that the US dollar is controlled by, or the strength of the US dollar is basically controlled by its military. It's a very important thing to understand that without the military spending, America's GDP would drop disproportionately. James Baxter, thank you for the follow. We were watching that Bloomberg. Was it Ray Dalio who said it? It was either Ray Dalio or no, it was the economist. It was the IMF guy that we watched yesterday. He was like, the US dollar is dominant still because of the US military. So you see what I mean? You can't just see military spending as a percentage of GDP. You've got to understand the impact of the military or military power on the GDP itself. Because it's more than how much is spent on military. It's also, how much of the rest of the GDP or the productivity of the US depends on that military power. Does that make sense? SIPRI said China's nuclear weapon arsenal, the world's third largest, rose from about 600 warheads to 620 year on year, expanding faster than that of any other country. Hey, T-, welcome. The UK, on the other hand, is not believed to have increased its arsenal last year, but SIPRI said the country's operational warhead stockpile is expected to increase in the future. France, meanwhile, continued to modernize its capabilities as it announced plans to expand the number of warheads. Look at this. Look at this. France literally said this, by the way. France literally said this. France, meanwhile, continued to modernize its capabilities as it announced plans to expand the number of warheads and said it would no longer publicly communicate the size of its arsenal. So France is saying it'll no longer communicate the size of its arsenal, okay? Straight up. Straight up, France is saying it's no longer going to communicate the size of its arsenal. And now they're trying to urge Iran. They're trying to exert pressure on Iran, saying Iran should report it. Why? Guys, Ahmed Aziz in chat. Ahmed Aziz has shared their chuffed campaign. Shiny has pinned it. Please help Ahmed Aziz out. They are in Gaza right now, and as they're saying there, their child needs surgery. Help them out if you can. Israel maintains its policy of nuclear ambiguity, but SIPRI estimates an arsenal of about 90 warheads. It is believed to be modernizing its capabilities, while increased construction at the Negev Nuclear Research Center near Dimona in 2025 may signal broader long-term infrastructure upgrades. Finally, North Korea is estimated to have possibly assembled a total of some 60 warheads as the country continues to develop its capabilities to fulfill its stated goal of exponentially expanding its nuclear arsenal. Influential voices, including some world leaders, are advocating nuclear weapons as a guarantee against attack by a hostile state, said SIPRI Director Karim Hagag. But making national defense and security strategies dependent or more dependent on nuclear weapons could significantly increase nuclear risks. Bro, what's the other option, though? What's the other option? The other option is just get bombed by America. Like, that doesn't sound very nice, does it? Like, either get these fucking nukes or get bombed by America. I honestly think every country should have a nuke. That's when I think we'll have a peaceful world. I don't think there's going to be disarmament anytime soon. I don't think we're going to get rid of nukes. Unfortunately, we're fucked. So just give everybody nukes. Give them all nukes. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about what's happening in the US. The More Perfect Union made this documentary. You want me to open it? How are you? What are you watching? Hey, can you leave the door open, please? Thank you, my love. Okay. Honestly, we're wage slaves in America. Yeah, but then I know that you're wage slaves in America. A lot of you are. But then, like, the wage slaves are constantly gaslighting people around the world, saying that all we can do is choose the better of two evils. You know? It's like, oh, so, you know, your country's committing a genocide. Will you stand against it by, you know, holding your vote or going on the streets and protesting and, you know, making real change? And all we get, like the pro-Palestinian crowd gets from Americans is, hey, we have to vote for Kamala because otherwise Trump will be in power. It's like Kamala is DEI Trump. Like, what the fuck is the difference? And that is why people have a problem with America and the American people, because they're constantly saying we can't do anything while every 4 years voting for the better of two evils or something. American government is just evil. American imperialism is just evil. You can't vote your way out of this and you're doing nothing else. And then you're telling everybody that we're wage slaves. And it's like, oh, okay, you're wage slaves, but you're bombing children in the Middle East, you know? Like, who are the victims here? You get me?
The ticket prices.
The rubbish.
A few weeks ago, I asked Scottish soccer fans how they felt about World Cup tickets.
I think right now the cheapest one resale is $800 and it's standing room only.
Tickets on sale, Foxborough, Mass. $761 for nosebleed seats? And that was the day that they went on sale.
The Scots aren't the only fans pissed off.
Here's a game in Miami, Colombia versus Portugal. Lowest price is $2,900.
They are crazier than I could have even imagined.
This better be my seat, right in the middle of the I need a sugar mom.
That was so good. Hold on. This guy just going, that better be my fucking seat right in the middle of the pitch is just next level amazing. Oh my gosh. Jeez. Look at where he's pointing to the middle of the pitch. This guy's awesome. The other thing that really irks, I guess, irks me and many people around the world as well, is this constant thing of saying Israel controls the US. Let me tell you something real here, okay? The US has never needed anybody to tell the US when it can or can't be evil. Okay? They do not control you. The US has always been this way. And to deny that fact is just ridiculous. The US is not the victim, man. The US is not the victim. Unless and until Americans understand that.
Seat, right in the middle of the pitch.
I need a sugar mommy for this World Cup. I'll take a sugar daddy too.
It's gotten so bad that even the 2026 FIFA Peace Prize winner said he wouldn't pay those prices. I'll take you through my own experience. One April morning, I logged onto the FIFA website and took my place in a queue.
I was in line trying to get tickets in the queue, and then by the time your time comes up in the queue, they're all gone.
You're waiting for that wheel of...
Yeah, I saw that, Jimny. Yes.
For that wheel of doom, exactly, and then they're all gone.
6 hours later, I was through, and I found these kinds of prices. Fancy a seat at the semi-final in Dallas?
I know America's history. Dude, I know America's history. I also know the fact that Hitler looked at America, saw the Jim Crow laws, and thought they were awesome. Okay? Hitler looked at America and said, I want Germany to be like America. The reason why that is is because America has always been a white supremacist state. It has never stood up to any of its ideals that are set in its constitution. It's all a bunch of hocus pocus bullshit. It's never included black people. It's never included Native Americans. It's never included anyone other than white Christians. Really. And the Protestant kind. Maybe the evangelicals. Who the fuck are the other people? Protestants and what's the other one? So please, before you start saying that America is like controlled and that's how it commits its evil. Catholic. You've just got to look at your own country. America killed 2 million people in Vietnam. America killed over 1 million people in the Korean War. America has killed over 1 million people in Iraq and Afghanistan. America is carrying out systematic extermination campaigns, has been doing it since a very long time. Okay? So please stop. And now the genocide in Gaza. Yeah, you can blame the genocide on Gaza on Israel. Israel's obviously complicit, but it's American bombs, American intelligence, British intelligence as well, helping to bomb these people, defenseless fucking people. America's mass murdering people around the world as we speak. No, it's not being controlled by Jews, bro. America is just fundamentally fucking evil. It is an imperialist machine. Stop with your Ashkenazi control. No. You're stupid.
For $11,000. And through each successive sales phase, they've increased. For the Uruguay-Spain match, you might have paid 126% more in April than in October. The cheapest ticket to the final.
This motherfucker's gonna blame America like enslaving black people on the Ashkenazi Jews. What the fuck is this guy on about?
From the first sales phase
man.
is double the median yearly salary in Ghana or Haiti. For Americans, it's equivalent to about 4 months of marketplace health insurance or a year of full coverage car insurance. The resale tickets are even steeper.
FIFA's resale site has 4 tickets on sale for just under $2.3 million each.
So we're asking why a World Cup ticket price is so high. And by talking to fans and economists and partnering with fellow journalist Sam Ellis from...
Honestly, like, I argued with this guy on LinkedIn, and the guy was like, "Oh, you're so bad. You're making Europeans somehow you're equating Europeans to be as evil as Israelis." And I was like, "Are you deluded? Europeans." What Europe has done to the world, bro, is far more evil than what Israel has done. Israel commits, yes, of course. Firstly, Israel exists because of Europe. Okay, let's just put that out there. Second, Europe is absolutely fucking evil. What are you talking? Way more evil. Like, it did all of the things and continues to sponsor Israel.
YouTube channel Search Party, our investigation revealed not only how we got here, but where all this money is going. Stay tuned and learn how this became the World Cup for the ultra-wealthy. The first thing I was curious about was, how does this cost controversy stack up to past World Cups? Well, even in Qatar, one of the wealthiest nations in the world, the cheapest tickets for group games were marked at $11, flat rate, more than 10 times cheaper than this year.
Yeah, I think the West, though, there is a rise in anti-Semitism. The problem is Israel and organizations like the ADL, they're blurring the lines on purpose, right? And the rise in anti-Semitism is happening because Europe and America, white supremacy in particular, has found a way to try and whitewash its history by using Jewish people as the fall guys. Right? That's what's happening. And I feel like a lot of people are doing that, you know? Like this idiot from America. Totally has completely eaten up this propaganda. It's fucking insane.
This was Qatar. Can you imagine how everybody would be going on?
There's one man who knows this isn't the norm. England fan Andy Milne has been to his fair share of World Cups, 9 to be exact. After he kept being spotted in the crowd, he became affectionately known as that World Cup guy. If anyone ever doubted that, for many fans, football is life. Andy has used part of his pension to be in the US this summer.
I did take early retirement in 2022 to go to Qatar. My full pension doesn't come through for a few years.
It's pretty clear these prices and methods of ticket purchasing are quite different.
You'll have to be more specific. We have many idiots here. No, but you know what I mean, right? Like, there's people who think, who have taken this narrative of, you know, it's the Jews or it's Zionism. You know, Zionism controls everything. The Jews control everything. And I believe white supremacy is trying its hardest to try and like whitewash its history. It's really scrambling. Right? Because there's more information available. People are starting to educate themselves. People are starting to understand what white supremacy has done to the world. And to me, I just feel when I listen to these people Zionism is a white supremacist ideology. It was Theodor Herzl basically partnered with white supremacy itself. He lobbied Europe on this idea of Zionism and taking Palestine. And the reason why a person like Arthur Balfour supported that is because Arthur Balfour was himself a raging anti-Semite. Arthur Balfour signed on in 1905 to something called the Aliens Act in Britain. And the Aliens Act was designed to keep out Jews fleeing pogroms from Eastern Europe. Balfour was a raging anti-Semite. So in Zionism, Balfour saw an opportunity to displace, to remove Jews from Europe and relocate them. And at the same time, he saw the opportunity for Britain to maintain hegemony in the Middle East through this stolen land. So it's all insane for European people to now start saying it's always been the Jews, you know, it's you know, in fact, I would even go as far as to say that the Ottoman Empire was a much safer place for Jews than Europe ever was.
From back in the day.
So this is the first one. This is in Spain. The price on that is 800 pesetas. I queued for 3 days to get this one. It was actually great fun. There were loads of fans around outside. We played football during the day. And here's the other sort of
Oh, really,
Italy,
Lava? No, I haven't read that.
The German ones at home. South Africa, that one. Brazil.
Lava, have you joined the Discord yet? Like, you can't keep dropping these truth bombs and not, like, putting them into Discord. I don't understand what's going on.
Russia, that's Qatar.
He's seen his share of iconic moments.
And then I saw Zidane's headbutt that got him sent off. Messi versus Mbappe, 3-3 draw.
That's quite the dedication when England hasn't won any of those World Cups. Yeah, that one really stings.
Let's go, CO!
A lot of people are willing to pay a premium for such life-changing experiences. FIFA has positioned the World Cup as 4 Super Bowls a day, and that's not far off the truth. But think of the last Super Bowl. Face value tickets reportedly started at $950 for nosebleeds. Remember who you spotted in the crowd: celebrities and billionaires. That creates a benchmark for other sports events.
The issue here is simply that the World Cup is something people are willing to pay for, and FIFA has finally decided that we're going to capitalize on the fact that people are willing to pay an enormous amount of money for tickets, and we're going to extract all of the money we possibly can.
That's Victor Matheson, a sports economist at the College of the Holy Cross. He went to the last USA World Cup in '94 himself.
So there we go. That's the World Cup 1994. Notice I got Category 1 tickets here, $50. Category
2 a.m.
1 tickets, $50.
That's about $111 in today's money. Because of the American economic system of letting the free market dictate everything, prices will naturally be marked high if there's demand.
This is the American effect, people. You know how the general public can't go to NFL games because they're so expensive? They're carrying this over into the World Cup.
We've not got the kind of spending power as America does, so to come to America already, which is expensive, and buy tickets for a game, it's just almost impossible for a lot of people. And a lot of people are going to go into debt because of it. Do you know what I mean? It's that should be the case.
I'd take my kids to watch Newcastle, Barcelona, and that was less than £100.
Really?
To watch Barcelona play. Yeah.
Wow. Many American elites staunchly defend this culture of high prices. Here's the CEO of Life.
Is it weird that I watch you to fall asleep? No, not at all. If it helps you fall asleep, then I'm glad. Everyone should get a good night's sleep. And if I can somehow help with that, that's a big W. Oh, thank you, Mr. Tom Tom. Thank you. I was speaking to one of my American counterparts. He went to the World Cup in '94. His ticket cost $25 in '94 money. Holy shit. Hey, Ella, welcome. It's Ella from Twitch. Oh, hi, Ella. Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Welcome, welcome.
Live Nation.
It's like a badge of honor to spend
the soothing sounds of Noisy. Good to see you on TikTok.
They beat me up if we charge $800 for Beyonce, right?
And for the first time ever, FIFA is using dynamic pricing, a tech-enabled system.
By the way, I forgot to say, James Baxter. Did I say thank you for the follow? If I didn't, well, thank you for the follow. Prof, 90 stream streak. Wow.
Whereby, as demand goes up, prices go up, and all in real time, reacting sensitively to market changes. FIFA calls it variable pricing, but that's just semantics. FIFA is manually changing the prices after each sales round instead of in real time.
It's good to see you.
But it amounts to the same thing.
Well, you're here now.
You don't know what you have to pay until you pass that wheel of doom and get into the ticketing system.
If you want to go see the World Cup,
a very prescient bit from 1917. When the Jews are told that Palestine is their national home, every country will immediately desire to get rid of its Jewish citizens, and you will find a population in Palestine driving out its present inhabitants, taking all the best in the country, drawn from all quarters of the globe, speaking every language on the face of the earth, and incapable of communicating with one another except by means of an interpreter. Crazy. You know, the crazy thing is that plan didn't come to be. I mean, you can't just move people to another people's land, help them steal it, and then expect them to somehow just live there forever and not go anywhere else. So, yeah, I mean, if anything, the Jewish community has flourished around the world, and that's fine. But the core crime was to steal the Palestinian land. You know? That's the core crime. Like, why did they need to do that in the first place? Well, I have an answer for that. It's obviously Europe didn't want to give up its sovereignty. it saw the rest of the world as subservient to Europe and white supremacy. So they felt privileged enough to say, well, you can take that piece of land over there. I had a dream. A nuke went off. Did one go off? No.
Just don't have your heart set on Brazil, on Messi and Argentina, on England.
Last year, FIFA advised fans, quote, get tickets early because anything could happen. That's not so easy for travelers dealing with flights and hotels, which also spike up in costs with, yes, dynamic pricing. Not to mention costs like trains to stadiums and parking. It's all so unpredictable. It's unclear how many tickets are actually left. Some say FIFA is keeping tickets hidden to create artificial scarcity. But if you were desperate to get one of those tickets, you'd have to get a resale ticket. This year, FIFA is the seller and also the scalper. For the first time, FIFA has its own resale platform.
I need to read that book.
Controlling the secondary market. Usually the territory of companies like StubHub and
I'm just going to get it now.
It's another money-making scheme for
what is
the
it called?
organization. FIFA is collecting a commission of 30% on all resales, 15% each from the seller and buyer. Some call that practice
it's a memorandum.
double dipping.
Oh, I see.
It collects every time the ticket.
Okay, yeah. I'll read it. I have that Palestine history website. Yeah, I'll read it.
It is sold and bought, cashing it at every
Trump
stage.
is to blame for the Knicks.
$11.5 million. One ticket. $11.5 million. That is £8.5 million.
That's a joke, though, isn't it?
Well, it is.
It's important to note that some of these are outliers. We don't know that anyone will actually pay that much yet. And resale prices are now dropping, some very fast. In mid-May, the very first ticket for under $100 emerged. But that trend is for matches like Algeria versus Jordan. No shade, but not exactly the hottest tickets in town. FIFA estimates it
To be honest, yeah, fair enough.
will generate $13 billion in revenue from the World Cup. That's almost double the Qatar cycle. Not too bad for a non-profit. And FIFA is fully aware of its monopoly status.
They're not trying to develop lifelong fans. They're trying to extract as much as they can from every single event. And since these events only occur every 4 years, you can kind of afford to fleece your fans knowing you don't need them back next week. You only need them back in 4 years.
FIFA even seems to be bathing in glee at these prices.
If somebody buys a ticket for the final $2 million, I will personally bring him a hot dog and a Coke.
That'd better be the finest Wagyu hot dog and sub my mustard for caviar. FIFA can act like this because it knows it has a leg up. It's the sole provider of the World Cup. There's nowhere else to go for that experience. So where does all that money go? We brought in Sam Ellis from Search Party to find out.
Thanks, Talib. I'm Sam Ellis, host of Search Party. FIFA's about to have its biggest windfall ever. Let's find out where all that money's going to go. FIFA's already budgeted about $13 billion for the next 4 years. About 13% of that will go towards administrative costs, things like salaries. The other 87% is that money that FIFA says will, quote, go back into the game. Most of that will go towards its competitions, like the men's and women's World Cups, because they are, of course, what makes money for FIFA. The remaining $2.7 billion is what FIFA calls development funds. Now, this is the cash you need to pay attention to, because FIFA passes a large share of it to its 211 member associations, the bodies that run the sport in each country. And for the most part, they spend it on the right things, like field renovations, equipment, and women's and youth programs. But they've also been known to misplace this money. It was a decade ago that a FIFA official named Jack Warner was caught embezzling FIFA development funds, sparking a major scandal and supposedly a reckoning for FIFA. Yet in 2026, the Republic of the Congo's former association president was given a life sentence in absentia for embezzling $1.1 million worth of FIFA funds. And the Maldives' former association president was sentenced to 23 years for misusing COVID relief money. In 2025, FIFA also banned a Venezuela official for financial wrongdoing. Now, FIFA claims that its members submit independent audits, but it...
Down, back off sofa? Are you sitting on the ground, Ella?
It doesn't make them public, and some call that suspicious. In 2024, the advocacy group Fair Square criticized this lack of transparency and argued the money is actually...
Right. Would they make more by making it more affordable, so more people buying their stuff? Nah. The scale is so big that they don't even care. They don't even give a shit. Yeah, my clothes brush. I've got a video for that one. Thank you for sharing that. We should definitely watch that one.
Allocated to encourage the member association's political support for the president. It's a tale almost as old as FIFA itself. While these 211 members include wealthy European associations like England and Germany, the majority are smaller and less affluent. Everyone from Afghanistan to Zimbabwe, where development funds make a huge difference. Since everyone gets one vote, FIFA's presidents have long used development funds to secure the support of this majority. And the current president, Gianni Infantino, has mastered the strategy. 10 years ago, Infantino won the presidency largely by promising to pay out $1 billion of development funds, about $5 million more per member. After his re-election, he increased it to $6 million. Then after his second re-election, $8 million. Now he's running again and promising yet another increase. So it's true that a lot of the money that FIFA makes will go back into football, but in a way that prioritizes, above all else, the people at the top.
So, is there a course of action to rein in prices? In May, the Attorneys General of New York and New Jersey launched an investigation into FIFA's sales model, accusing it of manipulating fans into sky-high prices, and adding that the World Cup is not an invitation to exploit residents and visitors.
And dynamic pricing. Place a cap on resale prices. And set aside 15% of tickets for local residents at a discount. Let's call this price gouging what it is.
Months after making it part of his mayoral campaign,
today I'm proud to announce, just like Arsenal, we got it done.
Zoran Mamdani secured some tickets priced at $50, but that's only for 1,000 lucky New Yorkers who win a lottery. As for the lower priced tickets usually set aside for loyal supporters at World Cups, this year they start at $60 versus $11 in Qatar. And there are extremely few available.
Our first match in Dallas is in a stadium with 94,000 people there. We've been given 4,000 tickets. How can you justify giving just 4,000 tickets to one of the two teams that are there playing that match?
Ultimately, the 2026 edition might be a lost cause. Fans might well have to just sit this one out. So what about the future?
LA will be named host of the 2028 Olympics.
Oh, shit!
When we welcome the games, we'll show the world the real LA.
We're seeing a similarly aggressive pricing model for the next huge global event in the US, the 2028 LA Olympics. The Olympic Committee said no dynamic...
See, this is the thing, right? In America, people that guy was like, oh, it's not all Americans. Yeah, but I understand not all Americans are going to fit into the stadiums. But I don't see many Americans, sitting this one out.
Pricing for now. But the
Is that
cheapest
unfair?
tickets at $28 sold out fast. And they're slapping on a massive 24% service fee. Much higher than the small 1.5% service fee for the last Summer Olympics in Paris.
I find it incredible that people will always celebrate athletes and normal people who boycotted sports events to make political statements in the past, but have no backbone to do it themselves in the present. Yes, we are unemployed. Not all of you are unemployed. I mean, based on Donald Trump's data, the unemployment rate is very low right now.
I got into the pre-sale thinking I'd grab a couple tickets for my family. Then I saw the prices, nearly $500 for one seat. That's an instant no for me. And the process, total chaos.
Anyone getting deja vu? But there is a glimmer of hope for the future of live events in America.
Is there a fix? You gotta put a cap on it.
I know, you do.
They definitely have to put a cap on it.
Price caps sound reasonable. FIFA's counter-argument?
If you were to sell tickets at the price which is too low, these tickets would be resold at a much higher price.
And that is happening. One scalper reportedly made $45,000 from reselling 50 tickets for one single game. But that's not how Euroconsumers sees it. That's an advocacy group that filed an official complaint to the European Commission about 6 different FIFA abuses, including excessive pricing. Here's policy officer Olivia Brown.
One of the arguments for using dynamic pricing that we heard from FIFA specifically is that it keeps the value of football in football. Because if they weren't to use it, the tickets would be bought up by ticket touts and bought.
They're not left-wing, Lava. Like a lot of Kiwis and like a lot of people in Aotearoa, you know, still talk about Jacinda Ardern as this like mythical figure, and they consider themselves leftists. I think a lot of them are just liberals. I don't think New Zealand has a very good understanding of what leftism is, especially when it comes to like understanding the systems of oppression. You're talking old school? Nah, I know you're talking old school. I know you're talking old school. John Minto? Yeah. John Minto's a good sort. I like his thinking. He's a good man, John Minto.
And you'd be paying extortionate resale prices. But if you have strong resale legislation, that argument's completely worthless.
Reselling tickets at a profit is banned in many European countries. The UK is even discussing criminalizing the practice for the Euro 2028 tournament. But in the US, ticket resales above face value are completely legal. FIFA says it's complying with resale policy in North America, and that's true.
The applicable resale facilitation fees are aligned with industry standards across North American sports and entertainment sectors.
FIFA made a choice to adopt this
Lava.
model in America.
Yeah, and you go to America and you drink like literal horse urine for beer.
Specifically because it's unregulated here. So Trump can joke all he wants that he wouldn't pay, but his own World Cup task force leader, Andrew Giuliani, yes, son of Rudy, said he does not believe in price controls. Lawmakers have let this fly for way too long. They could try to curb dynamic pricing in tandem with capping resale prices at face value, especially where the dominant players are involved, like Ticketmaster or FIFA. That might start on the state level. In fact, it already has. And in Ontario, Canada, a similar bill...
Was it Budweiser that did the Dylan Mulvaney thing and MAGA lost their shit and Kid Rock started shooting cans of beer? Was it Budweiser that did that? Yeah. The problem with that wasn't the fact that they were advocating for a trans person. No. The thing that was wrong with that is Bud Light is the shittiest beer in the world. Like, why the fuck did Dylan Mulvaney sign up for this? Number one, why did they even bother? It's terrible beer.
Bill went into law in April.
Fans across Ontario will no longer be paying over face value in the secondhand market.
That's a huge deal. FIFA immediately started removing resale tickets for Toronto's 6 matches to comply with the new law. They'll have to be relisted with the original purchase price. Until things change, it's worth thinking about why all this matters. Why do we care if live events are expensive? They're not a necessity, right?
We're living through so many different crises.
Are you saying TUI's bad, bro? Oh, I used to get on the TUI's when I was at uni. TUI's, Export, Lion Reds. What are you talking about? These are iconic beers. Nah. Saraj, you got that one wrong. Spates. Yeah, all of it. Yeah, double browns even. You know which one's the real, like, horse piss? It's the light ice. Never ever drink light ice. Because you'll wake up in the morning and your whole house will smell like light ice.
At the moment, and one thing we're continuously seeing through our studies and surveys is that consumers...
I can drink VB. I can drink VB. Well, a long time ago. VB's good. 4X.
are struggling to make ends meet. Like there is an affordability crisis ongoing that is non-negotiable. Everyone can see that. And on top of that, we want to start denying consumers and denying people the things that give you that little bit of extra joy in life. That is so incredibly harmful.
The World Cup means so much to some fans who rarely see their team.
I drank beer like people drink, people do drink wine. Like I used to make my own beer as well, so I wasn't fussy, but I knew how the whole process worked. Oh, are you? Yeah, so I wasn't off on dog walk. Lovely to see you again. Take care, everyone. See you, Ella. Enjoy the dog walk.
Teams in the tournament. It's not a case of waiting until the next one in 4 years. Like Scottish fans who haven't seen their team in it for 28 years.
Our Scotland.
Oh, Sorachi Ace is a Japanese hop? Right.
Scotland's coach is only too aware of that.
My biggest wish is that people don't put themselves into too much debt trying to get there. If you can afford to go, then great.
Deep Creek.
But if you can't afford to go, then understand that don't put yourself and your family into debt.
Even some football legends have spoken out on that.
Walaikum assalam,
When
Mezzi.
you think about soccer and football, all you need is a ball to go play, right? You can't price out the people that live it, right?
Football is for the fans.
For World Cup fans, at least there's some hope. Ticket prices may go down again in 2030 as it returns to Europe. There's already precedent for that. The last time the USA hosted in '94, the prices jumped, but then went down again in '98 in France. It's as if FIFA knew that this year was their one chance to monetize everything and rack up revenue.
I gotta do it, man.
Garage Project still exists. Garage Project has expanded.
As
Or at
we
least when
enjoy
I was
this
still
summer's
drinking,
World Cup
it was
as
still there.
best we can, fans are hoping it doesn't kill the vibe.
I think it's one thing that everybody looks
It doesn't
forward to
taste
watching
good?
Is,
I see.
when you get those supporters who are like-minded in Senegal, they're playing their drums, they're dancing around, it's just like pulsating. The Moroccans, and they're with all of their red, or the fancy dress of the Netherlands there. If you haven't got that there, that atmosphere, it's just going to seem a little bit dead.
Maybe the best atmosphere will be outside the stadium anyway, at places like this.
I think there's gonna be better times to be had outside the stadium.
Yeah,
Yeah.
find a pub, watch it at a pub.
The
That's
backyard
where
with
you're
the
gonna
big
enjoy
TV.
it.
Yes,
Yeah,
that
exactly.
That sounds fun.
Only way we're gonna see is on TV, I guess.
Yeah, or at the bar.
The TV at the bar.
Yeah, exactly.
We're good Scotsmen.
I just want to be here for the atmosphere, and like wearing a kilt in America is quite a nice feeling. So.
Yeah. That just leaves one huge question. Who's going to win the World Cup?
Only a fool says those sort of things. My favorite team in the cup is anyone playing England.
Unfortunately, that shade against England was a theme.
I would not want to see England win it. That's not something I want to see.
Hopefully you make it, and hopefully the atmosphere is good.
Never know.
We'll see.
So,
Yeah.
thanks you guys don't make it.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that.
Yeah, like supporting England at I don't know why, but I love watching England lose anything. It's great. It makes me feel so good. Is that bad, folks? Is that bad? Like anything. That's irrational. I just, it feels correct. Yeah. All these international sports run by unelected elites are unaliving the sports for profit. Cricket, waves, hello. Yeah, totally. Cricket as well. That's nice to hear. I swear, if I ever fucking get back, the first thing I'm eating is a whole as Hell's Pizza in its entirety, grim or damned, and not a Garage Project beer, but I'll think of it fondly. Hello, like I said, recognize best beer, but still not a beer fan. Nice. Are you rooting for Bafana? Who's Bafana? It's a justified feeling. All right, let's move to the next bit, which is when power slips, coercion expands. We've got a few stories here, so let's get moving. U.S. imposes restrictions. Okay. See how organized I am, folks? You see how organized I am? Like, this is service, you know? This is a service. Incredible, this is, if I say so myself. I'm so impressed with myself, honestly. Every day, I kind of do this and I go, wow, isn't it amazing? Hey, Clarky, welcome. South African soccer team. Oh, yeah, of course. Banoffee pie. That just made me think of banoffee pie, to be honest. I'm stuck on nostalgia foods now. You should be proud for sure. Thank you, actually. Thank you for your service. Walaikum assalam, Seven Sign. We made it to the World Cup. Yes, I saw the other day the South African team had a young fan turn up, and they were so happy. They gave him like all sorts of stuff. They gave him like signed T-shirt. That South Africa fan, that kid must be so chuffed, man. What a great gesture as well.
Good night.
Good night, my love.
Can you be less louder?
Can I be less loud? Bro, I'm just naturally loud. Did Mama say that?
Yeah.
Bro, tell Mama no. Are you using our son as a human shield? My goodness.
Human shield. It's a bit extreme.
That's what they say about Hamas, Amber. Just keep the door open, please. Can you put the... I have 2 human shields of my own. That is mini just here. I'm teaching Mini Noisy how to play Dota. He's been learning. He's only 5, so he's just starting out. So I'm like coaching him. I'm not that good at Dota at all. But imagine esports, everybody. Esports for Little Noisy. Imagine that. What is it? It's a game, Lou Mama. It's a game. A fun game that I used to play when I was at uni. Yeah. Don't worry, he'll be teaching you soon. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. He killed his first computer bot today. Starting him young, yeah. You support Scotland? If he became a professional soccer/footballer, what international team would you want him to represent? Aotearoa, bro. Aotearoa. All day, day. This is my home, bro. No other country. He's born and bred. I support all African teams and always pray that they rip a colonial, exorbitantly funded global country a new one. Funded global north a new one. Yeah. All right, let's get into this, guys. This is a really important one. Europe watches its economy recovery fade into the distance. So when I score stories like this, I always think about, is it my ex-boyfriend's friend from years ago used to call his offspring fuck trophies? Oh my gosh. What? Why? Ivory Coast probably has the best chance. Cote d'Ivoire. I want Cristiano Ronaldo to win, but if South Africa wins, that's what I want. Yeah. I support Senegal at this World Cup. Nice. Senegal, West Africa to New Zealand. That was Akon, by the way. All right. This is so when I was scoring, coming back to this, when I was scoring the story, when I was trying to get the story scored for the directional equity index, on the face of it, Europe's economy crashing or Europe's economy taking a back seat is only going to impact everyday Europeans, right? So how can this be a positive story? It is, in a way, a positive story in that it positively impacts the DEI measure, directional equity index measure, because it is the colonial core that is being impacted. Yes, when the colonial core gets impacted, it is going to hurt everyday people, the working class. It's going to have an impact. Ultimately, though, the colonial core losing power is how we build an equitable world for all. So I actually thought this was a positive impact to the world when it came to equitable outcomes. I feel like this is a positive impact. By the way, I think France is going to win it this year. Prizes you would be awarded for having sex. I swear he was from Boston. Does it not sound like a person from Boston? I don't know many people from Boston except for Matt in the chat. But watching what's that movie? What was that movie? What was that movie with Matt Damon and Matt Damon and Good Will Hunting. Yes. That's the only thing I know. Titanic? The Marsh? No. Good Will Hunting. Boston. Good Will Hunting. Come on, folks. What are we saying? No, that's Leo Damon? No, it's Matt Damon. Shauno, you got it. Good Will Hunting. Okay, let's get into this. Stephen King's It. Yeah. 21 out of 26 players for the 2026 France soccer team have African roots, so you might as well support Africa, Noisy. I'm not supporting France. I'm just saying I think France has the best chance of winning with the side that they have. I mean, you're talking about Ekitike. You're talking about you're talking about oh my gosh, forgetting all sorts of names here. Why did I forget these names? Oh my goodness. Mbappe, thank you. Doué, yes. Yes, thank you. Oh my gosh. They've got the who won the Ballon d'Or? Why am I forgetting these fucking names, man? PSG. Anyway, doesn't matter. Sacre bleu. Yeah, Dembele. Oh my gosh, yes, Dembele. What the fuck? Yeah, I think France has an incredible side. Europe watchers, listen to how those names roll off the tongue. White supremacists in France have to say these names. Gives me great joy. Yeah, 100%. As the war in Iran persists, signs point to a prolonged period of higher prices and slower growth rather than a quick shock. When the war began in the Middle East and energy prices soared, Europe braced for a sharp, short economic shock. More than 3 months later, the region is settling in for a period of higher prices and weaker growth that could last much longer than expected. For Europe, the recovery from the last energy shock just a few years ago has been cut short in its early stages. The economic drag is now forecast to last into next year as higher energy costs drain money from public budgets, sapping investment for more productive uses. Consumers would be left increasingly nervous about spending. Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022 cut Europe off from a critical source of natural gas, and inflation raced into the double digits. Policymakers responded by aggressively raising interest rates to thwart price growth, but that also sharply restrained the economy. The concern today is a more suitable but still adverse economic hit, noticeably higher inflation and interest rates into next year at least. A short-term shock is being extended in time, said Mariano Senna, senior European economist at Barclays. The longer the disruption to energy supplies from the Persian Gulf goes on, the worse the effects get, he added. Initially, after US and Israeli forces attacked Iran, Iran responded by closing off the Strait of Hormuz, the expectation was for what economists call a V-shaped impact, with a big, short drop in growth and a strong rebound, Mr. Senna said. Now it's more U-shaped, where the economy is weaker for longer and the recovery is slower. Barclays recently halved its forecast for European growth this year to 0.7%, with just a meager pickup to 0.9% next year. Salam, Auntie Wash. Salam. Hello. Inflation with resource shortages, meaning RIP economy. U-shaped for yeah. Before the war, Christine Lagarde, the president of the European Central Bank, proclaimed that interest rates and inflation, both at 2%, were in a good place. Investors didn't expect rates to change all year, financial markets showed. Now, traders are betting that the central bank will raise rates this week by 0.25 percentage point and again later in the year. So you see, we watched Christine Lagarde give that speech about 6 weeks ago. And we said they have given themselves 6 weeks. And in 6 weeks, if the situation hasn't changed, there is going to be a rise. And it looks like this is week 6. So there is going to be an interest rate rise. We'll see how big that interest rate rise is. But it's all heading in a negative direction. And still, the media is reporting it in such a lukewarm way. I think that's intentional because they don't want to give away the scramble that's happening right now. This is a big issue. And even the way this is written in such passive language shows to you how unwilling these media outlets or even these countries, leaders in these countries are unwilling to speak about this realistically. They don't want to. They don't want to show weakness. Now, okay. The continued closure of the strait, a critical waterway for the export of energy, fertilizers, and other commodities, has led to quickly rising inflation. The average rate across the 21 countries that use the euro was 3.2% in May, its highest level since September 2023. It was 1.9% in February before the war, just below the European Central Bank's 2% target. Economic forecasting is legitimately the worst kind of vibe coding imaginable. Trying to keep capital confidence up to keep circulating it. Yep. The impact of the energy shock is set to extend into 2027, the European Commission said recently, as it forecast economic growth next year to return only to a modest 1.4% and for inflation to be 2.4%. Even if energy prices have peaked this quarter, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development said last week it expects inflation in the Eurozone to be meaningfully above 2% for most of next year, higher than it projected about 2 months ago. Despite the supply disruptions, Europe has not yet experienced shortages of goods, including jet fuel. Instead, the region is paying a lot more for them. Since the end of February, the European Union has spent an extra 42 billion euros, about 49 billion US dollars, on energy, about half on natural gas alone. Concerned about the cost of fertilizers, officials have announced a region-wide plan to support farmers. And remember that the UK, with Brexit, isn't part of any of these plans. The UK left, and now the UK is dealing with all of this shit by itself. As the costs mount, the European Commission, the executive arm of the 27-nation European Union, has relented on strict budget rules and given member governments some flexibility to spend more money on measures that reduce the dependence on imported fossil fuels. Still, the economic slowdown will be difficult for governments to manage. Consumer confidence indicators are at lows last seen in 2022 and could go lower because inflation is starting to outpace wage growth, squeezing household budgets. And research shows that consumers experiencing their second price shock within 5 years are more sensitive and fearful of stagflation, a painful mix of high prices and stagnant economic growth. Part of the problem is that a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz is unlikely to bring prices down quickly, economists say. Supplies will remain tight because it will take time to restart the production that has slowed or stopped since the war, and some of the lost output will take a long time to replace. That will keep prices high, especially as many countries look to build up reserves, Mr. Senna at Barclays said. Traders are expecting oil and gas prices to slow only moderately over the next year. Futures contracts for Brent crude and the international benchmark are trading at about $90 a barrel for the end of this year and $80 a barrel at the end of next year. Before the war, prices were about $70 a barrel. Natural gas prices are following a similar path. These prices are high, but they are not extreme, said Alfred Arnborg, an analyst at think tank Europa in Copenhagen. Still, they will drag on economies who are net importers. Governments are gearing up for a prolonged crisis, Mr. Arnborg said. Some are extending their relief measures, like tax cuts on fuel, deeper into the year. Broadly, officials are getting ready to continue paying for relief measures and other costs created by higher prices. He noted, for example, that Portugal and Poland are planning new windfall taxes on energy companies. Welcome, Steve. Why aren't you asleep, Steve? What is Brent crude trading at today anyway? I think it's at like 97. Hold up. Let me just bring it up. Yeah, I think it's at like 97. Where is it? Oh, shit. It dropped to 92? Honestly, it was like at like 97 a few hours ago. Wow. 92. Yeah, look at this. 97. Oh, maybe I checked it yesterday. Yeah, I checked it yesterday. It's fallen again. It's at 92. 92.3. Governments are gearing up for a prolonged crisis. Oh, wait, we already read this. You wouldn't implement windfall tax if you expected this to end tomorrow, Mr. Arnborg said. Okay. So again, it's just going to keep getting, pushed further and further and further. You can tell that economists and, just the market is is expecting something to be signed soon. Right? That's where the market's at. Okay, it'll be signed and it'll be done. And this is such an important thing to understand is they're not modeling a prolonged blockage. They really aren't modeling a prolonged blockade. They thought it would end in a couple of weeks. It didn't end. They thought 6 weeks ago, the European Central Bank thought it would end in 6 weeks. It hasn't ended. So they're not pricing in all of the shit that's building up. They're not pricing in any of this stuff because they're hoping that it will just stop. Because if it doesn't, if Iran continues to blockade, they need to start thinking about worst case scenarios. And I think we're getting closer and closer to these. So, why did we read this? Well, this section that we are in at the moment is called When Power Slips, Coercion Expands. Okay? So, what does the West do when its power starts slipping? It uses coercive methods to hold who it perceives as its enemies back. And here is one example of these coercive methods. Apologies. Excuse me. Pentagon restores. Oh gosh. Hey, Nasser, welcome. Sorry. Oh, dear. Pentagon restores Alibaba, Baidu, and BYD to Chinese military groups blacklist. Hey, Rosa, welcome. I'm good, thank you. They slip into more and more brutal extremes when in times of crisis, yeah. Welcome. Let me read this headline again. Pentagon restores Alibaba, Baidu, and BYD to Chinese military groups blacklist. 3 companies reinstated as U.S. national security risk after sudden removal in February. So what's happening? What's happening here? The U.S. is losing ground to China. And what does the U.S. do? It attacks China financially. It attacks China by going against its own doctrine, America's own doctrine of free market capitalism. It shuts others off. This is how the West works. This is how America works. It's about using violence to maintain domination. And that violence comes in many forms. This is one of those. The Pentagon has reinstated Alibaba, Baidu, and BYD to a blacklist of Chinese companies deemed to pose a national security risk to the U.S. because of alleged connections to the People's Liberation Army. The Defense Department added the groups to its Chinese military companies list on Monday. Inclusion has no legal implications for most of the companies, but it can signal that the U.S. may target them with more punitive measures in the future. The move comes nearly a month after Donald Trump and Xi Jinping met in Beijing and agreed to work towards a constructive relationship of strategic stability. Xi is expected to visit the United States in September. The Pentagon added the 3 companies to its 1260H list in February. But in a move that caused confusion, it abruptly withdrew the list less than an hour later, sparking speculation that Trump did not want to upset China before his May visit to Beijing. The list released on Monday included the same companies added in February. The Pentagon's republished Chinese military companies list serves as a Post-summit reality check, said Craig Singleton, a U.S.-China expert at the Foundation for Defense and Democracies. The Xi-Trump meeting did not pause competition. It clarified where competition will continue. The Financial Times reported in November that the White House believed Alibaba was providing technological support for Chinese military operations against U.S. targets. The claim, which Alibaba denied, came in a White House memo obtained by the Financial Times that was based on declassified top-secret intelligence. In determining that Alibaba had Chinese military ties on Monday, the Pentagon said the e-commerce and cloud computing group was a military civil fusion contributor to the Chinese defense industrial base because of its affiliation with the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. China's military civil fusion program requires private companies to share technology with the PLA when ordered to by the government. Okay, now let's look at America. America, anything in America is a fusion with military. Look at Claude. Look at Anthropic, sorry. Anthropic is working with the NSA, bro. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? And they're embedded in every single business in the West. OpenAI is working with the US government. Are you kidding me? Every US company is like working with the military. The social media platforms are working with the US military. No doubt they're providing intelligence. China's military civil fusion program requires private companies to share technology with the PLA when ordered to by the government. This is no different to the West. What economists fear most is a populace that actually decides to try and understand political economy and realize it's not that hard to understand, and that most of those making a living from this dismal science are snake oil salespersons. Yeah, totally. Capitalism breaks down pretty quickly without a facade of lies, liberalism, free markets, etc., etc. Why am I so surprised? No. I'm not surprised. Like, when I try and explain this to people, this is about mutual learning. This is not about just big-headedness. It's about making sure that we all go on that same journey of learning. Who cares if you know? It's not about being surprised. It's about ensuring people understand how these systems are all connected. The rich wants to kill as many people as possible. They want a controlled amount of slaves and more of who and what they want without any accountability or consequences for their actions. They think AI, space, bunkers, pigs, and constant surveillance against us is going to save them. Yeah, I know. Most people don't understand capitalism. Guys, this is about education. This is about learning together, okay? And being a know-it-all when going through this content, I don't think is very helpful to anybody. So let's just be humble and learn together. The Pentagon said Alibaba. The Pentagon said, we already did the Iran update, Steve. The Pentagon said Alibaba was also indirectly affiliated with the state-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. In listing BYD, the Defense Department said the world's largest electric vehicle manufacturer had direct connections to SASAC and was affiliated with the MIIT. Yeah, everyone is on a different level of understanding. Exactly. All three companies said there was no basis for their inclusion. Alibaba said it would take all available legal action against attempts to misrepresent our company, while Baidu said it would not hesitate to use all options available to get off the list. Unfortunately, a lot of online leftists/tankies just care about being right. When the Pentagon withdrew its updated list in February, some experts speculated that officials had objected to a section that removed 2 Chinese memory chip makers, CXMT and YMTC. The version released on Monday reinstated the chip makers. So this is not out of some gain for the United States. What the United States is doing here is out of fear. It's out of fear that China is growing too quickly. Okay? This is weaponizing its economy, its consumer economy, and the US knows it, against China. If China did this, the US mainstream media would be like, oh, this is an attack on our freedoms. But when the US does it, nothing happens because the US can do whatever the fuck it wants. Same with the West, to be honest. John Moolenaar, the Republican chair of the House China Committee, said the list was a warning to U.S. companies and businesses that the Chinese groups were working against our national interests. The Michigan lawmaker added, any of them that are publicly traded on U.S. exchanges should be immediately delisted and their products should be removed from supply chains our country depends on. Bro, if you start removing Chinese supply chains, you'll be fucked. You have no industry. America is deindustrialized like crazy. They can't just remove China from the supply chain. It's stupid. The Pentagon also returned WuXi AppTec, a biotechnology group, to the list. The Biosecure Act, which passed last year, restricted the federal government from doing business with any biotech company on the 1260H list. WuXi said on Monday it has no ties to the Chinese military and would take immediate action to correct this erroneous designation. The Chinese embassy in Washington said Beijing opposes the U.S. overstretching the concept of national security and making discriminatory lists to go after Chinese companies. Embassy spokesperson Liu Chang said the U.S. should stop its wrong practice and create a fair, just, and non-discriminatory environment for Chinese companies. Yeah. But, not just for Chinese companies, for all companies. Globally. And then we come to this. This is an interesting one. Hey, Anna, welcome. This is an interesting one, too. WhatsApp accuses NSO of fresh Pegasus targeting. Court filing argues that the Israeli spyware group breached a permanent U.S. court ban. Is NSO on that list? Is the NSO on that list? I bet you it isn't. Hey, Lala, welcome. Meta's WhatsApp said it will ask the U.S. court to hold NSO Group in contempt, accusing the Israeli maker of Pegasus of once again trying to lure targets into downloading the surveillance spyware. Wow. How insane. Israel does this directly in the US and there's no consequences for any Israeli company. It's so insane, man. WhatsApp won a landmark $168 million settlement last year in a long-running court case that peeled back the secrets of the shadowy hacking-for-hire company and permanently barred it from targeting WhatsApp or its users to deliver its malicious code. In that case, WhatsApp had discovered that NSO Group had created a so-called exploit that delivered the spyware to targets' phones with a single missed call, which it then deleted from the records, the Financial Times reported in 2019. WhatsApp's subsequent investigations confirmed findings from rights groups such as Citizen Lab that many of the targets of NSO's customers, which include authoritarian regimes such as Saudi Arabia and Rwanda, but also India and dozens of others, were not suspected criminals or terrorists, but journalists, dissidents, and government critics. Wow. It's crazy to think that the idea of a corporation at one point in time was always of a temporary nature. Example, people wanted to build a bridge across a body of water, incorporate a company to bring this about. Once the objective was achieved, then that meant the dissolution of the company having served its purpose. Ghetto Wolf, bro. Like, idiotic. I miss my modded WhatsApp. WhatsApp said Monday it had discovered NSO Group's customers using a delivery system known as OneClick, which requires targets to be tricked into clicking a link. This is usually sent as a text or WhatsApp message, which then fetches Pegasus in the background. WhatsApp did not elaborate on the techniques used, but in past instances discovered by digital rights activists, it has included innocuous-seeming messages from banks and delivery services, or alarming messages claiming a loved one was taken to hospital. Once surreptitiously installed, Pegasus defeats nearly all the encryption on modern smartphones by transmitting a mirror of the phone's content, including messaging apps such as Signal and WhatsApp, to its customers. Those clients pay tens of millions of dollars to buy a technology crafted by veterans of the Israeli military's elite Signals intelligence unit. NSO Group is behaving just like the dictators they service, treating U.S. courts as something to bypass and hope that nobody notices, said John Scott Railton, a senior researcher at Citizen Lab, which has tracked the NSO Group and other players in the largely unregulated spyware industry. Holy shit. NSO keeps doing us favors by behaving badly and then getting caught. They have earned their role as poster child for why the mercenary spyware industry needs to be reined in. Hey, Scary. Salam. Under the Biden administration, NSO was blacklisted by the U.S. Department of Commerce from doing business with any American company after its spyware was found on the phones of U.S. Embassy employees in East Africa. The way that NSO has been behaving, allowing their technology to target U.S. diplomats, including the way that they behaved in this lawsuit, shows that they are completely evading accountability, said Natalia Krapiva, legal counsel at Access Now, a digital rights advocacy group. And these are U.S. businesses they are targeting. Yeah, exactly, Lava. Like, how can they target Chinese companies when literally these companies are doing this? WhatsApp's lawsuit had been supported by Apple, Facebook, Amazon, and several other U.S. tech firms, which filed amicus curiae. I don't know how to say that. Legal term. All friends of the court petitions to block NSO from abusing their platforms. The blacklisting nearly toppled the then star of Israel's private surveillance intelligence industry, which had been valued at more than $1 billion in a management-backed private equity buyout. But the company and several competitors from Israel have continued to sell their spyware with the blessings of the country's defense ministry, which categorizes this software as a weapon. NSO has lobbied to be removed from the so-called entity list, a list of foreign companies subject to U.S. trade and export controls, but has so far failed in that effort. Okay, so they are on a list.
There is a list.
They are on a list, everybody. They are on a list. Since 2019, our case has shown that NSO continues to build spyware tools to target people's devices, WhatsApp said. When a malicious company on the U.S. government's entity list continues to defy U.S. courts, existing restrictions must remain firmly in place. Hey, Liban, welcome. WhatsApp's victory in court last year marked a blow to emerging spyware industry to the emerging spyware industry, whereby firms are able to profit from selling exploits for tiny vulnerabilities in tech platforms, including encrypted messaging apps that typically promise privacy. Question is, does Trump know there is a list? He probably does.
There is a list.
And therefore, he isn't holding Israel to account. Oh my gosh, what the fuck? When did this happen? Look at this. When was this? Oh, this is September 8, 2023. Okay. All right. And then more coercion, everybody. More coercion. Scary is on that list.
There is a list.
Really? No. U.S. imposes restrictions on 100 Nicaraguan officials after activist death. The death of indigenous leader Brooklyn Rivera has prompted calls from UN experts for an independent investigation. Oh, an independent investigation? Can Nicaragua investigate itself? Why can't Nicaragua investigate itself? Why does it have to be independent, UN? The administration of United States President Donald Trump has increased its sanctions on Nicaraguan officials following the death of indigenous leader Brooklyn Rivera while in government custody. By the way, just on Latin America, did you guys see what happened in Peru? The leftist government won in Peru. Did you guys see that? Hold up. Oh man, that's so sick. Okay. I gotta be careful scrolling on my timeline, eh? I've really gotta be careful. Hold up. Let me just find the Peru news. Oh yeah, this is Donald Trump getting booed, by the way. Excellent. Boo them. Let's look at Peru 1 second. This is Kenya. Where are we, Peru? Come on, Peru. It's Nigeria. What's this? That's Albania. That's Bolivia. Ah, yeah! Peru! Roberto Sanchez Palomino. Roberto Sanchez Palomino, everybody. Roberto Sanchez Palomino. The winner. The leftist candidate. Just scraped through. And remember that Donny Boy has been meddling in Latin American politics. We know about Honduras Gate. We know about the money being invested into bringing on Trump-friendly candidates. Bolivia is completely gone into like war mode because the indigenous people are rising up against a pro-Trump candidate who's in power at the moment. And here it is. Look, Peru just beat American dollars. Peru just beat American money. What's this, my clothes brush? Fujimori and nationalist Sanchez virtually tied as vote count continues in Peru. Yeah. Yes. This was earlier. This was earlier today, but he won. My clothes brush. He won. So, yeah, this is... I don't know what they're saying.
Ya tenemos nuestra muestra al 100%. Lo último que ha llegado ha sido Calca y Cusco, donde tuvimos algunas dificultades, pero finalmente todo se superó y ya estamos...
I can't show those things. I can't show that. Okay. Wait, let me just save this because I need this. Save images. Save. Okay. So there's shit happening all over Latin America right now. And that is because Latin America is basically being attacked by Donald Trump. And Marco Rubio, to be honest. Marco Rubio in particular. The administration of the United States... Okay, we saw that. In a statement on Monday, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio described the circumstances of Rivera's death as horrific. He also underscored that the government of Daniel Ortega and Rosario Murillo, spouses who shared Nicaragua's presidency, had held Rivera as a political prisoner as part of their campaign to quash dissent. Today, the Trump administration took decisive steps to impose additional visa restrictions on more than 100 dictatorship officials and their family members, Rubio said. If Marco Rubio is... Hey, Def Not a Blizzard, welcome. I'm good, thank you. How are you doing? If Marco Rubio is involved and is, playing some sort of moral game, something's fucked up. The Murillo Ortega government has long faced criticism for its treatment of perceived dissidents who have faced imprisonment, forced exile, and the removal of their citizenship. Successive U.S. administrators have criticized Nicaragua for its human rights record, but that scrutiny has increased in the wake of Rivera's death last week. Broad pattern of violations. Rivera, 73, had been held in government custody since September 2023 with little to no contact with the outside world. His sudden death last week came shortly after Nicaraguan government released photos of him bedridden and intubated in a medical facility. Those photos prompted outcry from the international community as well as Rivera's family, who demanded access to the imprisoned activist as well as proof of his welfare. Remember that America is demanding all of this shit. America is going to be like taking the moral high ground while bombing Palestinians, okay? So none of this is true. Don't believe anything that people like Marco Rubio say. They have no more morality at all. If anything, they're doing this to exploit Nicaragua. They're exploiting this situation, which the people of Nicaragua, I'm sure, will rise up against if given the opportunity. But America just wants to meddle. America wants to take resources. It does not care about what's happening there, okay? On May 27th, his daughter, Tiniska Rivera, issued a statement denouncing the undignified, inhumane, and degrading conditions in which her father was held. On the day my father was taken, September 29, 2023, he left his home in optimal health. Tiniska wrote, "The regime cannot now claim to blame pre-existing conditions for the physical deterioration of a man who has remained in state custody for 3 years. This is not new. Latin and South America has always been thought of by the U.S. as in its backyard, so therefore need to be subservient to U.S. interests, and if not, bend it towards its will. See Operation Condor, U.S. support for fascist paramilitary death squads, regime overthrow on behalf of U.S. multinationals' insatiable need for cheap labor. Yeah. Several days later, on May 31st, the Nicaraguan government announced Rivera's death, citing organ failure. That news only heightened the outrage. In its aftermath, a group of United Nations experts described Rivera's death as part of a broader pattern of violations against indigenous and Afro-descendant peoples in Nicaragua. It called for an independent autopsy to determine the cause of Rivera's death, as well as the return of the activist's remains to his family. Failure to conduct an independent investigation and return the remains reinforces the strong presumption of state responsibility for Brooklyn Rivera's death in state custody. One of the experts, Jan Michael Simon, said in a statement. The UN group noted that 124 indigenous leaders in Nicaragua have been subject to arbitrary detention between 2018 and 2024, Rivera among them. Rivera was a representative for the Miskito, an Afro-indigenous people who live along the Caribbean coast of Nicaragua and Honduras. For much of his career as a politician and activist, Rivera clashed with Ortega's Sandinista movement. Starting in the late 1970s, he fought the first Sandinista government as part of the Misurasata armed group, prompting him to go into exile. Later, the political movement Rivera co-founded, Yamata, would strike a brief détente with Ortega after the left-wing leader returned to the presidency in 2007. But relations frayed once more, particularly amid tensions over access to resource-rich indigenous land. In 2023, during the months prior to his detention, Rivera traveled to Geneva to address a UN forum where he was critical of the Ortega government. He was subsequently banned from re-entering Nicaragua, but he smuggled himself in, opting to live in hiding. Authorities then arrested him on terrorism-related charges. He was held in custody until his death. So, Morena Giffy, welcome. So here's the thing, right? The government, well and truly, has committed crimes against humanity here, or war crimes at least, or, you know, they've committed crimes here. The thing that blurs everything and makes everything gray is America's involvement in it. Just like in Iran, Israel and America's and the European meddling in Iran has blurred what is happening to the people on the ground. And that's how the West wants it to be, so that they can paint a narrative against the Iranian government that they are animals. Right? Even if the Iranian government commits these humanitarian crimes, these crimes against humanity, like shooting protesters, for example, it becomes blurred because America's involved, Israel is involved, everyone's involved, trying to overthrow governments. So when people want to advocate for human rights, the lines are so blurred that people end up supporting, you know, an American regime that is drunk on power. But that doesn't mean just because America is meddling or Israel is meddling or a foreign nation is meddling does not mean that these people do not deserve, especially the ones who are doing it, who are truly fighting for their liberation. It does not mean that those people do not deserve our advocacy. Okay? It does not mean they don't deserve our advocacy. It just means that we have to get educated about the situation. But just to say, oh, actually, you know, supporting the people on the ground. Yes, there are just people on the ground who are fighting for their liberation, but supporting them empowers supporting them empowers American imperialism is a terrible excuse. Is a terrible excuse to not advocate for people who are being oppressed. If you think it empowers, for example, in Iran, if there are people who are anti-Shah, anti-theocracy, anti-foreign intervention, and they get shot in Iran, which I suspect some of those people have been shot by the government, it's not for us to turn away just because holding the Iranian government to account to that is bad because that will empower the American imperialist machine. That is a cop-out. That's a cop-out. You have to, if you're not advocating for the people who need it because somehow you feel that it empowers another structure of oppression, what you're essentially saying is, well, I actually support this structure of oppression in order to hold that other structure of oppression to account. It's not a good position to be in. So in Nicaragua, for example, advocating for the indigenous people of Nicaragua may, enable what Marco Rubio is saying here, right? Marco Rubio is trying to come in under the radar, come in and say, oh, the government's bad. The government could well be bad. And the government could be, are oppressing the indigenous people. It's not wrong to advocate for this indigenous community because, Marco Rubio is also saying that the Nicaraguan government is bad. Who cares what Marco Rubio thinks? I mean, these people are wanting their voices to be amplified and they're living under a oppressive system. We have to be able to advocate for them. Hey, we can't make excuses. We can't make excuses. Enemy of humanity. Ortega has long faced criticism that his government was actively... People said similar literally during the Sandinista revolution too. What did they say? Def Not a Blizzard. Ortega has long faced criticism that his government was actively silencing dissent. You supported the Nicaraguan people then? Nice. Complained about the Sandinistas? Always listen to the people, right? Like, if you don't think you can find the right people, well, that's your fucking problem. Find them. Find people. Educate yourself. Okay? If Iranian people are saying, yep, we're being murdered by the government, and then you ask those same Iranian people saying, like, are you a Reza Pahlavi fan? Do you live in Iran? And who is being oppressed right now? And what is the solution to this? And if they choose another system of oppression, then they're being disingenuous, right? They're being disingenuous if they're saying, okay, I want the theocracy to be replaced by a monarchy. That's fucking insane. But there are people that we have spoken to, and we've had aggressive backlash for it. There are people in Iran that we have spoken to who have been about the liberation of Iran from theocracy and foreign meddling and a monarchy. There are I mean, come on. And who supported the Contras in that revolution? Hundreds of people were arrested during that protest movement, and at least 355 people died. Since then, the government has moved to restrict the activities of non-profit church groups and media outlets, forcing many to shutter. Let me guess, Lava, does it start with a U and end with an SA? In a 2025 report, the non-profit Human Rights Watch estimated that nearly 5,600 non-governmental organizations have been forced to close their doors since 2018, limiting oversight of government activities. Hey, Abdullah, welcome. Approximately 1,500 were terminated on a single day in August 2024 after their legal status was abruptly cancelled. In 2023, the Ortega government also undertook the mass expulsion of political prisoners, sending activists, politicians, and religious figures abroad, then stripping them of their property and their citizenship. Critics note that such an expulsion rendered the political prisoners vulnerable and stateless, reliant on foreign governments and family abroad for support. The effort was also seen as an attempt to deport those who might pose a threat to Ortega's leadership. Ortega's actions to stifle dissent have been coupled with an effort to consolidate power. Nicaragua's Sandinista-stacked National Assembly has approved reforms that would extend presidential terms to 6 years, allow the appointment of unlimited vice presidents, and allow greater army involvement in police matters. People need to weigh up who is the dominant power in any given power struggle, in a revolution or regime change or whatever way it's presented. It's never equal, and usually the dominant power is pulling many strings. Yeah, but you're either for liberation or you're not, right? Like, it's simple. If the power, so if a government is the one being, let's say, sanctioned and oppressed, if the government is being sanctioned and oppressed by, say, America, then obviously America is trying to gain an advantage. It is the dominant power. The asymmetry is there. But if the government being sanctioned is also committing its own crimes against the people of its country, it's no good to just say, okay, I'm just going to look beyond that because you know, they're leftist or whatever. Asymmetry is an important thing to acknowledge. It has to be recognized. And that's one thing Western media doesn't do. What Western media does is pretend like both sides are equal. Whereas Western hegemony has all the power. Like the West has all the fucking power. The asymmetry is rarely ever understood by people in the West. That does not mean that we cannot acknowledge the crimes being committed by the victims, by the government that is the victim of that asymmetry. We can still do that. But we have to do it while recognizing the asymmetry. That's up to us. But that's what liberation movements, in my opinion, are. You're either for everyone's liberation or you're not. You're either for everyone's liberation or you're just choosing another structure of oppression, you know? So I don't agree with people who say things like, oh, Iran is freeing Palestine, so we shouldn't criticize Iran. Like, no, fuck no. I mean, that's bullshit. That is a cop-out, bro. That is in fact against every part of what liberation movements are about. I hate that. I hate when people do that because it's evil. It's exactly what Zionism does. Agree, I think my philosophy degree and anthropology postgrad helps me understand and see these things. What is the politics of New Zealand like? Are they socialist? I think New Zealand is very sort of like liberal, liberal. Very liberal. We stick to the centers. and we're very liberal in our approach. It's a bit neo-libby at the moment, but we're in that libby, neo-libby zone always. We don't truly have leftists in power ever. But when you look at Aotearoa and you look at the policies and politics compared to America, it will seem a little bit leftist. Even when it's like our center-right party, it will seem left compared to America, I reckon. I think the ACT party is closer to the Democrats than anything else. Which says something, you know? Which says something. I think Winston Peters is closer to MAGA and the right. Whereas I think the ACT is closer to the Democrats. Honestly, like, I know that sounds crazy, but I think it's pretty accurate. The US is so far right culturally that liberal Euro/Western countries seem super left to them. Yeah, 100%. Hey, Darlene. Kia ora. New Zealand has free healthcare and education, no? Education up till university, yeah. Free healthcare, universal, I guess it's universal healthcare, but there are, you know, people do get charged. People do get charged. It's not completely free, but it's super subsidized. Let's put it that way. We have a really good public health system as well. It can be a lot better. For example, also dentistry, like for children, it's free dental care until they're 15, I think. Noisy, read my comments in your head before you read them out. What? Why? We're keeping well. Thank you. Tenakwe, Darlene. Thank you. Thank you for asking. We're keeping well. And some free. America desperately needs a system like that. Yeah, I think if America had a system like Aotearoa, New Zealand, I think it would make a massive change. But even here in Aotearoa, we're like, we can be far more leftist, you know? We're skirting that line at the moment of going full dumbass neoliberal and remaining civil. Americans spend almost twice as much for childcare as they do for rent. Wow. Yeah, childcare is subsidized. Childcare is subsidized after your child turns 3. Or is it 2? I think childcare is subsidized after, right? And their rent is already insanely high. Current government is gutting healthcare, yeah. Okay, let's keep it moving, guys. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep reading this. Critics note that such an expulsion rendered the political prisoners vulnerable and stateless, relying on foreign governments and family abroad for support. The effort was also seen as an attempt to deport those who pose a threat to Ortega's leadership. What's the tax rate like? It's a progressive tax rate. Is it progressive? Is it really progressive? It's not regressive. It's progressive for sure. So the you don't. I know that I paid. So my salary would have been quite high, I would say, when I was doing my normal job, and I was paying like the top bracket, 33%. I don't know what it is now. One of our wahine has been detained by ICE, Noisy. Have you seen or heard yet? No. Where? When? Take care, Scary. But GST is still there. It's progressive to a degree, but GST is still there, which is regressive. Yeah. We have a fixed goods services tax? 15%. Denmark and Norway have like 45%. Yeah. Yeah, 33% is quite low. But the thing is, there's a very small amount of people who own a lot of wealth. We do not have a progressive wealth tax. We should have a progressive wealth tax in Aotearoa. It would allow us to, serve serve the community better. They recommend 30% of your income should go for rent. It's way more than that in the US. Yeah, it's more New Zealand is not cheap. New Zealand is fucking expensive. It's very expensive. Rent is illegal. Ortega's actions to stifle dissent have coupled with an effort to consolidate power. Nicaragua's Sandinista stacked National Assembly has approved reforms that would extend presidential terms to 6 years. Okay, we read that. Also, Ortega also elevated his wife, Murillo, from vice president to co-president. Okay, that's fucking weird, isn't it? In the case of Ortega's death, the reforms would allow Murillo to succeed him without the need to call for new elections. You want to visit New Zealand? Yeah, you should. I was pretty much paying 50% of my income on rent in Auckland. Yeah, it's very, very expensive. Yeah. Very expensive. Since returning to office for a second term in 2025, Trump has taken an active interest in Latin American politics, including by weighing in on the region's elections. He has reportedly backed right-wing candidates to replace left-wing leaders and has threatened to withhold U.S. financial support depending on election outcomes. In Venezuela, Trump also authorized a military operation on January 3rd to remove then-President Nicolas Maduro, longtime adversary, a move widely denounced as a violation of international law. He has since threatened Cuba with military action as well. Nicaragua has not faced as much scrutiny from Trump, though Rubio has repeatedly mentioned it in the same context as Cuba and Venezuela. The Secretary of State has also labeled the Ortega-Murillo government as an enemy of humanity. In Monday's statement, Rubio reasserted U.S. support for human rights activists in Nicaragua. The United States stands with the Nicaraguan people who, like Rivera, aspire to see a free Nicaragua, he said. Rubio has got some sort of goal, of creating a Shangri-La, or like his ideal Latin America, and he's going hard. Whatever's happening in Latin America, Rubio is like a central figure right now. I'm okay with people renting, but when it's corporations who push those luxury apartments and charge insane fees for services not provided is what I'm against. Yeah. 33% is much larger tax than any state in the US. Oh, really? Last week, it's not good. Her lawyer was able to get a recording from her. What's her name? What's her name, Darlene? How do I not know about this? Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is next article we're going to read through is this one. This one is called, this is by the Financial Times. Blackstone looks to sell $2 billion of stakes in private investment funds. I'm trying to remember. She's Maori. I saved which share to your page. Okay. One of the biggest deals of its kind will test investors' appetite for aging private equity vehicles. Blackstone is attempting to offload more than $2 billion of stakes it holds in private investment funds in one of the biggest deals of its kind, offering a test of investors' appetite for aging private equity vehicles. The New York-based firm is marketing a so-called collateralized fund obligation that will bundle more than $2 billion of stakes in leveraged buyout funds into bonds to sell to investors and insurers, according to people familiar with the matter. The deal would provide an infusion of cash to investors in a Blackstone Strategic Partners Fund, the firm's unit that invests in other private equity groups' funds. It is unclear if Blackstone will ultimately go ahead with the securitization or seek to sell the stakes in a secondary transaction, one person briefed on the matter said. Blackstone declined to comment. Jefferies, which is advising on the deal, did not respond to a request for comment. The sale comes during a prolonged downturn for the private investment industry as buyout groups struggle to exit investments and return cash to the endowments, pensions, and sovereign wealth funds that had committed trillions of dollars to private funds. This is crazy. Evelyn Wihongi. Evelyn Wihongi. I can't find anything. Hold on. Let me just. Kiwi remains in ICE custody. Holy shit. Oh my gosh. Is she actually in ICE custody? What the heck? Kiwi Evelyn Wihongi remains in ICE custody following latest court hearing. A New Zealander detained by ICE will remain in custody after a court hearing early Friday morning. Evelyn Wihongi has been held by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement since attempting to re-enter the country on a permanent residence green card in April. She is a New Zealand citizen but has lived in the U.S. for decades. The basis of her detention is a felony marijuana possession conviction from 2016. That conviction allowed Wihongi to continue residing in the U.S. as a permanent resident, but had prevented her from legally re-entering the country. Wihongi's hearing to have the conviction vacated on the basis she did not receive competent advice from her attorney at the time was at 5 a.m. Friday morning, New Zealand time. One of her lawyers, Eloisa De Leon, told Morning Report another hearing was scheduled for 9th June. The judge would like to hear from Wihongi's previous lawyer, who represented her when she pleaded guilty to the possession charge a decade ago, she said. Wihongi's attorney, Mark Christopher, earlier told RNZ he was arguing that Wihongi in 2016 pleaded guilty to that charge on the basis of incorrect legal advice that her conviction would not affect her immigration status. Under our constitution, if that happens, a person is able to then vacate their conviction. If that conviction was vacated, the U.S. would no longer have any legal basis to detain her, and she would be released relatively soon after, Christopher said. On Friday morning, De Leon said even if they were successful at that hearing, they will still need to file additional motions to have Wihongi released on that basis. There was also a separate immigration court hearing scheduled for 12 June, which also presented an opportunity to secure her release, she said. If we're successful, hopefully she will be released after that. He said that following Wihongi's conviction, the attorney behind the advice was disbarred for a number of reasons, foremost for lying to his clients, for forging documents and forging court orders. Christopher earlier told RNZ the court date itself was already delayed by a week after an internet outage prevented Wihongi from attending her first hearing on the matter. 5 minutes before her hearing, we were informed by the detention facility that the internet had gone out and they had no phone communication whatsoever, he said. This was after we were assured that they were going to be able to provide Zoom capabilities to the court. The judge was very accommodating. Wihongi could have called just a basic number. The facility was unable to do that, Christopher said. She's been there for ages. What the fuck is going on? This is like, why would anyone go to this fucking country, bro? Don't go to the US, folks. What the fuck? Don't go to the US. It is a terrible place to be. Holy shit. Oh my gosh. Her recording with her lawyer? Yeah. Oh my goodness. What the fuck is that? Let's check this out.
The mother of Everly Wihongi, the New Zealander stuck in an ICE detention centre for 32 days, has
This was 3 weeks ago.
Finally spoken to her daughter after she was transferred without warning from a facility in California to another in Texas and then Arizona. For 2 days, her family had no idea where she was. Everly, who has a green card, was stopped at the border over a minor historical cannabis conviction. Despite that, she was shackled at the hands and feet during the move. Earlier, I spoke to her mother, Betty Wihongi, from her home in Wisconsin, and started by asking her what Everly had told her about the past few days.
She talked about being shackled for hours. When she left the facility in Adelanto, in California, they shackled them, and I think that they were shackled at 6 o'clock in the morning. They didn't reach one of the stops, which was El Paso in Texas. They didn't reach that until I think it was 2 or 3 in the morning, the following morning. So they were shackled the whole time on the plane and on the bus and whatever vehicle it was that transported them to where they needed to be. She also talked about the unhygienic conditions, the lack of bedding. They were told that they didn't have any beds for them, so they had to sleep on the concrete floor.
And I understand there are older detainees and even children in the same situation. Is that right?
That's right. So Mesa is, ICE has their own airport where they transport everybody, and a huge warehouse type building that everyone is processed through. And Everly was telling me it was just really sad. There was a lot of elderly, and she said there were children and they were shackled too.
Everly, I understand, is in need of some medical help. The New Zealand consulate is assisting with this. How helpful have they been?
They visited Everly when they found out that she needed medical help. But that was like 3 weeks into her detention.
Welcome back to YouTube.
Since then, they have been very helpful in a way of trying to make sure that she's getting that medical help. They have been talking to the new facility she's at and trying to promote, trying to get it so that she gets the help that she had lined up at the other facility.
And at this point, 32 days now that she has been in detention, what is your plea to the New Zealand government?
Imagine if this was your child. Really, this was your granddaughter or grandson or son or daughter. What would you do? And what would you want? We want them to ask the US government, what are they doing? Why they're holding her for so long? Why is it taking so long to find out what she's being charged with? Why is it taking so long?
Betty Wihongi there, the mother of New Zealander Everly Wihongi, who has been in ICE detention for the past 32 days.
Why are they detaining her? It's because she's brown, bro. She's brown. If it was a white person from Aotearoa, they would never get detained. Holy shit, this is so bad. Horrible, man. What the hell do you say about that? That's just sick. Oh, Darlene. Oh, shit. Yeah, I didn't know about it until Darlene told me. This is crazy. Okay. All right. Where the hell do we go from there? What the heck? Oh, this is horrible. Where the heck do we go from? Wonder what state she got that arrested. Usually when they legalize it, they vacate all convictions. Was gone for a bit. What's happening? A person from Aotearoa has been arrested by ICE. Detained. They're detaining people left, right, even citizens, and then just say, oops, yeah. It hurts because this hits close to home. A lot of abuse inside there. A recent one that stuck with me was a Border Patrol agent who forced a woman into acts in exchange to see her daughter. Oh my gosh. But if it's still illegal in that US state, it continues to stand as a conviction. Oh my gosh, I didn't even know. America sucks, eh? I'm just gonna say it. America sucks, man. Hey, Orpheus, welcome. What is America doing? Okay, let's move on to the next story. Next story. Once you start peeing off the orange, it becomes an onion. People have to unlearn the lie of need for an economic independence, because by definition, economy can never be independent. And according to physics and all measurements we have, in fact, nothing is independent, and maybe also nothing can be independent at all. The World Cup is going to get people detained, yeah. It's so dumb, man. What the fuck, bro? This poor lady has done nothing to deserve what she's going through. It's just crazy, bro. What can we do to help, Darlene? Like, is there anything we can do? What can we do as a community? Like, does she have a GoFundMe, or like, is there anything? Is there a petition? Like, what's there? Because this is insane. Hey, D, welcome. She has a good argument. Her attorney was disbarred. Yeah. Oh, dear. Okay. Our next story. Please let me know, Darlene. Not that I know of, Noisy. I will follow up. Yeah, please. Let's get to the bottom of this. Let's try and see what we can do as a community. Because, bro, if they mess with one of us, Kiwi, they mess with all of us. You know? I'm just upset that I didn't know. All right. What's happening in Albania? This is the next story we'll cover. The Albania situation is insane. This is what the Albanian Prime Minister, this is the Albanian PM, but let's look at this first. Why Albania's PM vows to push on with Kushner-backed resort.
I'm here in Tirana, the capital Albania, where there are widespread protests against a luxury resort development linked to the son-in-law of...
Why would any human being with their faculties in place ever choose to go to America to do anything? What the fuck? Like, don't go to America. It's literally a shithole that continues to do the most vile shit. Don't go there.
US President Donald Trump, Jared Kushner. The project is on an island.
It's not this Shangri-La that they make out to money. Why the fuck would you go to America for money?
A small stretch of pristine coastline that is going to be developed, but the worry is that the wildlife down there, including flamingos and sea turtles and seals, will be their habitats will be damaged by the development. Now, there's thousands of people who've gathered every night recently in Tirana. There's a lot of worry, not just about this, but about healthcare, about pensions, about the economy, about issues like corruption that many here feel have blighted the country for years under Prime Minister Edi Rama, who they are saying should go.
The question is how much we do.
We had an interview with him in his office, and he said, we're ploughing on with the project. The project's going ahead regardless of the protest. This is too big of a deal for Albania.
It has never been a question if this will go ahead or not. This is blessed for the country.
What's the meaning of the flamingo? I think they want to build this on in like a wildlife zone. I don't know if they have flamingos there or not, but maybe that's what they're doing here. I think it's like the island isn't protected, but it should be. And this guy's just selling Albanian land to rich a-holes.
An investment of 4 billion euro in a country that has 27 and a bit more.
I don't know, Sven. Like
billion euro.
I don't know if there are flamingos there, but I know that one of the big arguments of the people protesting is the wildlife.
GDP speaks by itself. While when it comes to the project that has created all this worldwide outrage, it is about a private property. It is not about a land that is public and the Albanian government is giving by selling out the country. It's a private property. It's an expression of interest based on a private deal between private parties in which the Albanian government has nothing to do. I'm telling you, it's going to be a beautiful project.
Yeah. So that guy is going to get overthrown, I feel. He's such an idiot.
He does also say that he cares about the wildlife, he wants to protect it, and he's going to do this project responsibly, but he is clear it's going to go ahead.
It has never been a question if this will go ahead or not. This is blessed for the country. An investment of 4 billion euro in a country that has 27 and a bit more billion euro GDP speaks by itself.
Yeah, this is why we need to abolish the GDP. This is why we need to abolish GDP. GDP is the worst fucking measure, and it does dumb shit. It's exploitation modeled as growth. It's crazy word. Fuck. Oh, private property, bro. What? It's not about a land that's public? This guy is going to get overthrown, I feel. This guy's going to get overthrown.
Is giving by selling out the country. It's a private property. It's an expression of interest based on a private deal between private parties in which the Albanian government has nothing to do.
The guy just seems too confident. He seems way too confident and thinks that he's just going to get away with it. I just don't think you can get away with stuff like this. Okay, so so this is a section covering the Global South is building power. Okay, the Global South is building power. It's important to understand that there are decisions being made autonomously by the Global South right now that is going to concern the West and continue to grow, I think, anxieties in the West. So this is one of those. Gambia, China seek to strengthen trade ties. Gambian Vice President Mohamed B. S. Yalo commended North China's Tianjin port for its zero-carbon, fully automated terminal as a model of how economic growth can align with environmental protection. Detected. Oh, thank you. Infrared flare. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, North China's Tianjin port for its zero-carbon, fully automated terminal as a model of how economic growth can align with environmental protection, saying the experience offers lessons for the Gambia. The level of automation that is the thing that impressed me most, particularly, as we are realizing that this is the first zero-emission port. We know that climate change is a big problem for all countries, particularly a country like the Gambia, which is just about 1 meter above sea level. So any little rise of the seas, in fact, our capital city will be flooded, will be lost. So I think something like this is something that we can learn from, Yalo said. On May 1st, China introduced zero tariff treatment for 53 African countries with which it maintains diplomatic ties, becoming the first major economy to take such a step. The policy opens China's vast market wider to African goods and creates new opportunities for the continent. The zero tariff policy has opened new prospect for African exports, and Jallow pointed to the Gambia's groundnuts as a key beneficiary, thanking China for granting them access to its markets. I don't know which the 53 African countries that China has made this deal with are. How many countries are there in Africa?
Gambian Vice President commended China's Tianjin port for its carbon-neutral, fully automated terminal, saying it stood at the intersection of economic growth and climate
54,
protection.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know which 54, and then I realized it could actually just be 54.
The level of automation, that is the thing that impressed me most. Particularly, as we are realizing that this is the first net zero port. We know that climate change is a big problem for all countries, particularly a country like the Gambia, which is just about 1 meter above sea level. So any little rise of the seas, in fact, our capital city will be flooded, will be lost. So I think something like this is something that we can learn from. You cannot separate economic development from environmental protection.
CJ
because environmental protection actually enhances
from the Six.
Development.
CJ from
so
the Six. Welcome. Thank you for the follow.
Actually improves economic development. For us, our main cash crop, export crop, is actually groundnuts. And in fact, this opportunity to thank the government of China for allowing our groundnuts to come after a lot of work. That will enhance, our income of the country, and we hope that as time goes on, more groundnuts will be exported, and cashew nuts, in fact, for that matter, will be exported to China.
Jallow made the remarks during a tour of Tianjin Port, located on the coast of the Bohai Sea in North China.
The climate change affects third world countries the most. We don't say third world here. We'll just say the global south. I know the global south is also a colonizer name, but it's better than third world. The Western government is not serious about climate change. Yeah. What the West is trying to do is keep the world addicted to oil and gas, because that's what the West controls, oil and gas. And what China's doing is it's expanding renewables at a rate that the West just can't keep up with. What the key is to understand, whoever controls our energy controls the world, right? And what China's doing is it's basically become the supply chain for renewable energy sources, renewable energy generation for any country. And on that particular point, this is what's happening in Australia right now. And a lot of this will also be benefiting China. Australian homes lead the world in solar, but businesses are falling behind. Australia leads world in residential solar per capita with 22 gigawatts installed, but commercial and industrial sector has deployed only a quarter of that. Australia's revolution in rooftop solar has left behind commercial and industrial buildings where installations have lagged far behind homes, according to new analysis. Australia leads the world in residential solar on per capita terms with 22 gigawatts installed as of last December. But businesses have only installed about a quarter of that, 5.6 gigawatts, despite consuming more electricity than households, a report from the Institute of Energy, Economics and Financial Analysis has found. The IEEFA analysis identified key barriers, including businesses often rent their premises, making investment in long-lived assets more complex, inconsistent network tariff structures, and slow and often unpredictable grid connection process. Its authors argued that helping businesses fill roof spaces with solar could play a major role in adding power generation as coal plants close. Wait, so subsidizing power generation for businesses? Come on, man. Come on. No, bro. Let businesses pay for their own shit. Use their profits. So stupid. It's like all the people end up paying for businesses to improve things, and then all the profits go to the businesses. So stupid. This is a Ponzi scheme. This is stupid. The commercial and industrial sector must play a far larger role in accelerating Australia's energy transition if the country is to meet its renewable energy targets, the report's author wrote. Germany does it like that as well. Maybe all West. Oh, wait. Neolib logic. Bail out businesses, never ordinary people. Yeah. Privatize profits, socialize debt. Socialize losses. And control. Greed and control. Yes. Commercial and industrial solar can be deployed faster than utility scale alternatives because it generally doesn't require extensive planning and environmental approval processes, nor new transmission build that can add several years to rollout of utility scale power projects, the report found. The analysis defined commercial and industrial solar as non-residential, non-utility energy users such as manufacturers, retailers, farms, hospitals, and schools. Co-author Joanna Bowyer. Oh my gosh. Bauer. What the hell is this name, bro? Okay, it's confusing me. Lead Australian electricity analysts at IEEFA said the power generating capacity installed on household roofs in Australia was roughly equal to that of the coal plants in our grids. Wow. However, we have not seen the same scale of action within Australia's commercial and industrial buildings, even though they consume substantially more electricity than the household sector. The forecast capacity for the sector was between 17 and 31 gigawatts by 2050. Storage deployment is well behind households, though demand is increasing quickly, the report noted. The technical rooftop potential could be higher than that. If you also include agricultural areas, it could be above 80 gigawatts of technical potential. Commercial loads in the national electricity market were higher in the middle of the day, the report noted. The middle of the day is usually when businesses are operating, and that is very well suited to the solar profile. Tenants might want upgrades because that will reduce their energy bills, but the landlord is the final decision maker. Adding that business owners may not have confidence that their lease is going to be long enough for the upgrades to be paid back. LOL, my friends just got solar panels and wind turbines on their house. Wow, that's awesome. No, Anna, that's just not true. And yes, of course, capitalism is a Ponzi scheme. Therefore, anything in capitalism must be or will be a Ponzi scheme too. The report also suggested business premises the missing middle because systems are typically too large for residential incentives, such as the cheaper home batteries program, but too small for the utility scale capacity investment scheme. We've recommended that governments look at incentive schemes that can support this missing middle, suggesting as an example an increase in the instant asset write-off for systems and batteries over a certain size. The report also recommends that review and standardization of network tariffs and reform of the economic regulations of distribution services. Why? Okay, look, man. If businesses are leasing a space, why don't you make it? Why don't you make it compulsory for the owners of the fucking properties to add shit to the building? If businesses aren't going to subsidize this, can't subsidize this because it's going to eat into their profit, why not ask the billionaire owners of these properties to add the fucking solar? Why can't you make solar part of the building code? Like, what's going on here? Is that dumb? I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. In Victoria, the opposition has proposed creating urban solar parks to encourage solar and battery installations on commercial and industrial rooftops in Greater Melbourne, arguing it would reduce the need for additional transmission lines. There are thousands of hectares of roof space on warehouses, factories, buildings, and urban areas where we can be putting up solar farms with battery power and using the energy closer to where it's stored. The state Nationals leader Danny O'Brien said last month. But experts have said increasing rooftop solar was not a viable replacement for building transmission lines. Victoria's already got pretty good incentives for commercial and industrial solar. I read somewhere people looked into getting energy from the Earth's movement. Interesting. I just don't get why property owners, why landlords are treated with such respect. Honestly, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. Okay, this is the article I want to end with. Alone in Algiers, the activists fighting to preserve the Hirak movement's legacy. I have no idea what the Hirak movement is. I don't know, but I wanted to learn about it. It sounds very interesting. They got a double. They pay the people who make the rules, yeah. Because they're just as parasitic. They must be smart if they have wealth. That's it. Electricity from Earth's magnetic field and the rotation. I didn't ever hear of that. I'm also curious. What is Hirak? Yeah. Bought a commercial property with 3 other tenants, but after 7 years, the slow business. Oh, really, Anna? Shared updates, Noisy? Yeah, I'll check, Darlene. I'll check. Let me just check now. I really hope I don't get like a... Where are you, Darlene? Here? Okay.
New details are emerging about the treatment of New Zealander Everly Wihongi inside the US immigration detention system.
Mine that have been trained, waiting to get on the buses. Heaps of them, tons of them, hundreds of them. And they had us shackled for 14 hours yesterday.
Not good updates, but here's what's been going on.
Everly was first held at an ice processing centre in Adelanto, California, but over the weekend she was transferred to Camp East Montana in El Paso, Texas. The move across state lines forcing the legal process to restart, pushing any court hearing further out. Soon after, Everly disappeared from the system entirely.
We were able to get an audio recording of Everly from a phone call. Here's her voice.
So one Saturday morning, they woke us up and said we're going to be transferred. We had to pack up all our things. We packed everything up, and then we waited. No go back to bed because they were going to come get us any minute. And then they ended up leaving at 10:30 that morning. So from 10:30, we went down to the holding cell. From 10:30 to 2, we sat in there getting processed, searching us, giving our clothes back, searching us again. And then they shackled us up after 2. We sat on the tarmac of the airport at Adelanto till 8. And so they let us go. We got to Texas. The pilots didn't show up because we were supposed to go to Arizona, so we ended up having to stay the night in Texas. We slept on the floor there in these massive holding cells, but they gave us blankets and food there. And then we left there, but we ended up sitting on the plane for another 4 hours because no paperwork. They didn't have the right amount of paperwork for people. And so they were trying to sort it out. They went through everybody on the plane one by one. They didn't have enough lunches, so we had to wait for those. And then they finally got us to Arizona. And they didn't have our paperwork here. There was a huge issue with the paperwork here. So they shuttled us into this disgusting little, it's disgusting. The soap is in a water bottle, a drink, disposable water bottle. The guards aren't saying anything. ICE hasn't said anything to any of us about why we're being transferred, where we're being moved, what's going on, nothing. The guard, she came down, we asked her what was going on, and she said, your paperwork, we're waiting for your paperwork, we just got it, so it'll be like an hour, maybe 2. They haven't said anything to us. They came by, brought lunch, and that's been about it. So we've just been waiting in Mesa, Arizona. There are 10 people in this tiny little room, and they don't give you blankets, they just give you these little foil things to sleep on or with. It is disgusting.
New details are emerging about the treatment of...
Oh, my gosh, man. Oh, it was against the former president, Bouteflika. I see. Oh, that sucks, man. Please keep me posted, Darlene, as you find out. Please keep me posted. I'll keep checking. Resisting a repressive regime. 6 years after the end of the pro-democracy movement that shook the country, judicial harassment continues to target those still seeking to promote freedom of expression. In 1940, Otto and Elise Hampel, residents of Berlin, Good morning, angels. Welcome. Furtively, how do you say this word? Hold on. Furtively, an adverb using to describe an action done in a sneaky, sly, or secretive manner.
Furtively.
I did not know that word.
Furtively.
Residents of Berlin furtively distributed postcards into mailboxes. What have we become? A flock of sheep? They wrote on the back. Hitler, by then in power for 7 years, had already dismantled democratic institutions, abolished civil liberties, and suppressed all opposition. For 2 years, until their arrest in 1942, the couple who would be sentenced to death and executed wrote 285 cards, a paltry task to challenge the ruthless regime they faced. Their story would inspire the German writer Hans Fallada's Alone in Berlin, a narrative published in 1947 based on Gestapo archives and regarded by Primo Levi as the greatest book ever written about German resistance to the Nazis. Ooh, okay. Alone in Berlin. I want to read that. Don't you want to read that? I want to learn about the Germans who resisted. Alone in Berlin. It's a movie as well. Right, mate. Resistance, however fragile it may be, still exists in autocratic regimes of all kinds, which tolerate no dissent. It's funny how this is called resistance, but not the Palestinian resistance against their oppressor. What is it like to live in your own country with the feeling of being alone among your own people? Well, ask the Palestinians. Part 3, Algiers. Malika Abdelaziz Ziri never misses the weekly appointment. Every Friday, the former journalist posts a photo on Facebook taken that same day from her small balcony in central Algiers, where a flag fluttered above an empty street. The image rarely changes, but the count in the caption does. 364th, 365th, and so on. It is a reminder of how many weeks have passed since the last Friday on which thousands of Algerians marched beneath her window demanding greater freedom. On March 20th, 2020, the Hirak, the major pro-democracy movement that shook Algeria for a year, came to an end, overtaken by the COVID-19 pandemic, not without resistance. Frustrated by the regime's deadlock ahead of the 2019 presidential election. Hey, Miss Angus, welcome. Election to choose a successor to Abdel Aziz Bouteflika. Algerians coined a new term in French. Vendredier. Vendredier, like a day. A blend of Friday and to say. To voice their discontent. The leading figures... Wait, Israel is bad. You should end those... you should end sarcasm with kappas, because I am very gullible. If you're being sarcastic, folks, end it with either a JK or a kappa. The leading figures of the National Liberation Front, the regime's main political party, with the support of the army's chief of the general staff at the time, Ahmed Gaid Salah, were considered renewing the ailing president's rule for a fifth term, despite already having been in power for 2 decades. Until then, protests had been strictly banned since June 2001, when the Arouks... I thought the term Pisrael sold it. Yeah, you got it. Pisrael did sell it, yes. Arouks village committees. But just to be sure, James, just to be sure. Village committees organized a march for Kabylie to Algiers to protest the repression affecting the region at the time. That uprising, known as the Black Spring, left 126 people dead and thousands injured, some of them minors, mostly as a result of live ammunition being used. This time, however, tens of thousands of citizens broke the taboo of fear and took to the streets. For a civilian state, not a military one. Yet Nahal Ga, let them all go, was one of the main slogans of the Hirak protest movement, which also called for a civilian, not military state, an end to cronyism and corruption, an independent judiciary, and free elections. After each Friday mass demonstration, protesters took care to clean up after themselves, even as morale continued to decline. With Corona, we had a 97% chance of making it. With you, we have none, read one sign, using a simple U to refer to the unchanging power structure that has been dominated by the military and security apparatus since Algeria's independence in 1962 and remains determined to preserve. Salam, Amira. Neither the purges within the nomenclatura carried out under pressure from the Hirak protest movement, nor the new face of the government embodied by Abdel Majid Tebboune a former minister under Bouteflika, elected president in the first round on December 12, 2019, amid record abstention, had changed anything. If anything, quite the contrary. For many protesters, it was not even a premonition, but a certainty. For the regime, the global calamity of COVID-19 was a godsend to stifle a movement that was difficult to control because it remained peaceful, with no leader, organization, or identifiable structure to arrest, coerce, or corrupt. With demonstrations no longer possible, only social media remained. But even there, repression spared no one. It had already been at work in June 2019 when the authorities arrested protesters for displaying Amazigh symbols, and attempted to divide that ultimately failed. Yeah, I know what nomenclature means. It's spelled differently here. Yeah, I'm assuming that it is Algerian way of pronouncing it, or spelling it. They're probably called, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I think this is nomenclature, but in Algerian maybe. Critical posts on Facebook became the authorities' number one target. The streets had emptied. Now the digital space had to be cleared for those who persisted. As early as April 2020, a reform of the Penal Code, Article 196 BIS, punishing the dissemination of false news, was introduced. This was the first barrier, and more would follow. Smartphones became the main source of evidence for the security services. Posts, shares, comments, and sometimes just simple online interactions led to prosecutions and imprisonment. The judicial harassment of rebellious internet users was relentless. Do I have anyone here in chat from Algeria? Like, what the fuck is going on? Is Algeria like a police state? Kia ora, Kemper. My former communist countries, the nomenclatura, where the people of the Communist Party approved of appointed to positions of authority. Many of my friends hailed from families who were part of the... I see. Legal absurdity. On March 4 in Annaba. I've been to Algeria once 20 years ago. Lovely country, lovely people. Journalist Mustafa Benjama was sentenced to 1 year in prison for social media posts deemed harmful to the national interest. Articles that reported on the death of an elderly man killed by police gunfire in Sidi Amar in northern Algeria. Yet the facts had been established. The police officer involved had been convicted. During the journalist trial, which the Committee for Justice, an Algerian human rights group, described as a legal absurdity, he was given 3 minutes to defend himself and was interrupted twice. The official record mixed his statement with the investigators' interpretations. However, the judge did not issue a warrant for his arrest. Despite his conviction, he remained free. Yet barely a month later in April, he was summoned again by the cybercrime unit, this time over his Facebook posts. In 6 years, more than 10 legal proceedings have been initiated against the journalist. The fines have continued to mount. In October 2023, he was prosecuted alongside Algerian-Canadian researcher Ralph Farah and sentenced to 2 years in prison, reduced on appeal to 20 months, 8 of which were to be served for foreign funding and publication of classified documents. My goodness. All pigs need to be slapped in the face hard. Hey, Zafar, welcome. He was mainly accused of having helped with the exfiltration of Amira Baraoui, a French-Algerian activist whose flight to Tunisia and subsequent arrival in France triggered a new diplomatic crisis between Algiers and Paris. A well-known figure of the Hirak protest. Thank you so much, Zafar. protest movement. She was sentenced in absentia to 10 years in prison for identity theft and illegal exit from the country. Like Bouraoui, Benjama has also been barred from leaving the country. Under Algerian law, such travel bans are limited to 3 months and may be renewed only once. Not for him. On several occasions, the journalist went to the border post with Tunisia to exercise his constitutional right to leave the country. Each time he was refused without explanation. According to the NGO Human Rights Watch, which examined 23 cases in 2025, this measure, aimed at silencing dissent, targets all critical voices against the government, including civil society activists, political opponents, journalists, and union members. Entry and exit from the country are strictly controlled. Abla, a symbol of moral resistance. The authorities have been tightening their grip on dissenters. Darama Kemari, better known as Abla, became one of the movement's icons. A bank employee from Tougout, about 660 kilometers southeast of Algiers, she had been active well before the protests began, advocating for unemployed people in southern Algeria and assisting sub-Saharan migrants. But her sharply worded placards denouncing injustice and, above all, her persistent criticism after the demonstrations ended greatly angered the authorities. In June 2021, she was sentenced to 1 year in prison for undermining national unity and contempt. She then went to her father's grave, where she explained to him that she was going to prison not for a crime, but for her beliefs. I did not steal. I did not betray. I did nothing that could make you ashamed. The scene filmed went viral. For many Algerians, Abla became a symbol of moral resistance. Once again, the judicial system did not let go. In September 2024, barely 2 years after she regained her freedom, an investigating judge placed her under judicial supervision for glorification of terrorism and incitement to hatred. After 2 weeks, that was lifted. Instead, she received a 3-year prison sentence, which was reduced on appeal in February 2025 to 2 years in prison and 1 year suspended sentence, notably for creating an electronic account intended to spread hatred and discrimination. For fuck's sakes. What's going on here, Algeria? Hey, Frost, welcome. Exfiltration is such a cool word. Yeah. Human rights activists, journalists, intellectuals, and writers have all been swept up in the wave of repression. Even the Franco-Algerian writer Boualem Sansal, sentenced to 5 years in prison for comments made in a far-right French publication, was released following a presidential pardon on November 11, 2025. Mohamed Tajadit, 31, nicknamed the Poet of Iraq because he recited verses during protest marches or on Facebook, was sentenced to 5 years in prison for glorifying terrorism. An appeals court later reduced his sentence to 3 years, but that did not stop the Dar el Beida court in Algiers from summoning him again on April 30th, along with 10 other co-defendants. Postponed to June 4th, the new trial stems from a reclassification of charges in a case that was already heard in March 2022, for which he had been sentenced to 16 months in prison. The judiciary decided to revisit the case, retroactively changing the legal basis of the facts. His online posts and private discussions are now being reconsidered under Article 77 of the Algerian Penal Code, which punishes with life imprisonment any crime whose aim is either to destroy or change the regime, to incite citizens or inhabitants to take up arms against the authority of the state or against each other, or to undermine the integrity of the national territory. Outside Algeria, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights and human rights advocacy groups have expressed outrage. The reclassification procedure violates Article 368 of the Algerian Code of Criminal Procedure and, even more, the universal principle of non bis in idem, not twice for the same thing in Latin, which strictly prohibits judging or punishing a person twice for the same acts. NGOs, which have condemned what they consider a legal aberration, have called on Algerian authorities to overturn the trial. So far, these efforts have been in vain. Tajadit and his co-defendants have decided to refuse to participate in the hearings. Amazing. The Road to Exile. The poetry recited in Darija, Algerian Arabic, by Tajadit has won over his compatriots while also marking him as a target in the eyes of the authorities who have relentlessly pursued him. Yet his journey is identical to that of so many young Algerians. Like others, he tried harga, burning the borders, an expression used to describe clandestine crossings and immigration. In 2016, he went to Turkey, where he worked in a factory for 19 months before setting out again by sea for Europe. He ended up stranded for 3 months aboard a boat until the International Organization for Migration arranged his repatriation. He still expresses his revolt in verse against the system that drives younger generations to flee the country and risk their lives in makeshift boats. Many others chose exile, not for economic reasons, but to escape the courts. Oh my gosh. As the legal framework has continued to grow increasingly severe, in June 2021, a decree amending Article 87 bis of the Penal Code expanded the definition of terrorism to include any actions aimed at changing the system of governance by non-constitutional means. In other words, through demonstrations or public calls to change the regime. The movement for self-determination of Kabylie, established in 2001, and Rashad, an Islamist group founded in London in 2007 that presents itself as liberal, have been classified as terrorist organizations. Any suspicion of belonging to or sympathizing with these groups, even something as simple as a like on a social media post, can lead to imprisonment. French journalist Christophe Glazes learned this the hard way. Arrested in May 2024 while reporting on a Kabyle, I think. I don't know, man. Football club. He was sentenced in June 2025 to 7 years in prison by the Tizi Ouzou court after 13 months under conditional release. The authorities accused him of having spoken years earlier with a local sports official who was also a MAK leader. The fuck, bro? What the hell? Thank you, James. Kabyle is a nomadic people? I see. Arabic with blue eyes? I see. In spring 2023, new laws sharply curtailed union activities and the right to strike. In the fall of that same year, dual nationals were barred from holding shares in a media group. In 2025, those same dual nationals were targeted by a law allowing for the state to strip them of their nationality for undermining the security or unity of the state or allegiance to a foreign power. Most recently, in March 2026, the Algerian parliament approved a constitutional revision set to be put to a referendum aimed at strengthening the president's powers. The last theoretical check on power. The bill removes lawmakers, the human rights representative, and the magistrates' union from the High Council of Magistracy. Let AI read all these texts. Nah, man. What the fuck? Why? In their place, it introduces the Prosecutor General at the Supreme Court, a position structurally subordinate to the government, further tightening presidential control over the body. Things go into my head when I read it. Like, I can't just... Reading it out loud helps me digest this information as well. More significantly, the reform delivers a final blow to the institution by reducing the council's role to a mere non-binding consultation on appointments. Presented as a simple technical adjustment to sidestep the requirement for a popular referendum, this revision eliminates the council's last remaining decision-making power. The judiciary's ultimate theoretical check on executive authority is now defunct. Take care, Rosanna. Good night. Pomarie. Kakite. Even the National Independent Election Authority, established in the wake of the Iraq protest movement to supposedly remove the organization of elections from the Interior Ministry, has been stripped of its substance. Bro, Algeria sounds so fucked, bro. What is happening? Algiers has modernized. Cheerful cafes and boutiques have definitely turned their backs on the terrible years of the Civil War, the period of extreme violence that pitted the army against Islamist guerrilla fighters between 1992 and 2002, resulting in between 100,000 and 200,000 deaths. Back then, everyone would hug the walls and no longer dared to go out after dusk. Today, the seafront has been redeveloped. The bars on windows with residents, especially journalists and intellectuals, had installed to protect themselves from terrorist attacks have been removed. But at the same time, urban surveillance has emerged, increasingly relying on digital infrastructure and technologies such as smart cameras, data centers, and facial and voice recognition tools supplied by Russia and China. Officially, authorities present this system as a security lever. However, it is an additional tool of control used against those who speak out against the Algerian system. Civil society has been losing its last independent organizations one after another. After the Iraq protest movement, not a single autonomous structure survived. The dissolution of the group Youth Action Rally, RAJ, which Amnesty International described as a leading rights group, began in 2021 and became official in May 2022. The following year, the Algerian League of Defense of Human Rights, founded in 1985, was also dissolved at the request of the Interior Ministry. Dude, this is fucking insane. Forced disappearances learned of via social media. Kept out of the entire procedure, which began on May 4, 2022, the non-profit organization only learned of its forced dissolution 8 months later through social media, as the Algiers court never communicated its decision. Then Radio M and the website Maghreb Emergent also became targets of the authorities' crackdown. Their founder, Hussein El Qadi, was arrested and sentenced first to 5 years, then to 7 years in prison. He was released after serving half his sentence thanks to a presidential pardon granted under international pressure. Immediately, true to form, he resumed his work at Maghreb Emergent, fully aware that his freedom remains under scrutiny. On March 16th, authorities also placed red wax seals on the doors of group SOS Disparos, the only organization documenting the victims of forced disappearances during Algeria's Black Decade, the civil war of the 1990s. Backed by a large police presence, this latest closure was carried out under an order from the Algiers prefecture, which condemned what it called an unauthorized occupation of the premises. The group, which had operated for more than 2 decades from 21 Mostafa Ben Boulaid Street in the heart of the capital, had never obtained the official accreditation required by the 2012 law on associations, a legal barrier often used to silence undesirables, like many other Algerian civil society organizations. On April 8, a protest by the families of the disappeared was violently broken up. Slimane Hamitouche was arrested and tried the following day for refusing to comply with orders from law enforcement officers and inciting an unarmed gathering. The court upheld only the latter charge, sentencing him to 6 months in prison without a detention order and a fine of 20,000 dinars, 130 euros. At 47, the national coordinator for the disappeared, himself marked by the disappearance of his uncle, a surrogate father who raised him, was no stranger to police stations and arbitrary arrests. He never gave up his struggle, however unequal, against the authorities' silence on this issue. Algeria is a former French colony. Yeah. The French committed mass atrocities, genocidal acts in Algeria and Tunisia, of course. Banned from entering her own country. Regarding the group's president, Nassera Doutour, the authorities took an unprecedented step. This well-known figure, who is also president of the Euro-Mediterranean Federation Against Enforced Disappearances, was barred from entering her own country. Only July 30th, 2025, she was turned back to Algiers airport and, after being interrogated for several hours, was placed on a plane back to Paris. Her passports were confiscated, then returned to her on board the return flight, along with an unsigned police report that gave no reason for her expulsion. Yet, Article 49 of the Algerian Constitution guarantees every Algerian citizen the right to enter national territory. Doutour's legal appeal was rejected. The authorities tolerate no dissent, regardless of the topic, to the point that the Bouteflika years, once widely seen as stifling, can now seem almost like an island of relative freedom. Jelloul Slama, who holds a PhD in economics and is a specialist in financial engineering, was a regular guest on both public and private television channels. In these spaces, where the tendency is generally to side with those in power, he limited himself to macroeconomic analysis without adopting any partisan or activist stance. On January 18th, when El Hayat TV aired a program devoted to the project to exploit the iron ore deposits at Gara Jebelet in the southwest of the country, Slama raised, in highly technical terms, a profitability issue. With the precision of an accountant, he highlighted the challenges facing the project: colossal logistic costs linked to transporting the iron ore by rail over hundreds of kilometers across the desert. He said that exporting the raw ore from Gara Jiblet was economically futile due to its low value on the global market and the exorbitant transport cost. Instead, he advocated for massive downstream investment in local industrial processing, specifically the beneficiation. Oh my gosh. And, okay, hold on. This word, I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to pronounce it. Beneficiate is the process of treating raw mined ore or other materials to improve their physical or chemical properties. Oh, shit. I didn't know that. Did you guys know this word? Beneficiation? No. It's not beneficiary. Beneficiation is the process of treating raw mined ore or other materials to improve their physical or chemical properties. Wow. I had no clue. Insane. Specifically, the beneficiation and steel making in Algeria in order to increase the market value of the finished product fivefold before any commercialization. 6 days after this appearance, internet users began questioning the economist's disappearance. Oh my gosh, she got disappeared? In a media landscape largely paralyzed and aligned with official communications, El Kadi was one of the few voices to openly question and bravely return to his profession as a journalist. On January 31st, he said he hoped that Jelloul Slama would not suffer my fate after 6 days in police custody. It takes time to find one or more charges that circumvent the constitutional articles guaranteeing freedoms, he wrote. The issue is always the freedom to speak out on public affairs. Whoa. He just got disappeared. On February 5th, Slama was placed under a detention warrant. The charges against him are still unknown. However, a 12-day police custody is generally used in open cases, particularly those involving terrorism or undermining state security. The website Maghreb Emergent definitely reported at the same time on the 1,420 detention warrants issued by judges exclusively against political or opinion detainees, all linked to the Hirak protest movement, according to a collective's count. The site also reported, following a meeting of the International Federation for Human Rights devoted to repression in Algeria, on the climate of fear and persecution that goes beyond active circles. By posting a photo of her balcony every week, Ziri, who is followed by a small community of loyal supporters, has also tried, like so many others, to keep alive the yearning for freedom embodied by the Hirak protest marches, less to challenge the authorities than to serve as a reminder of the missed opportunity for change. Oh my gosh. Algeria, what's going on, bro? I had no clue. I had no idea this was happening. My goodness. What the heck? Oh, this is crazy. Oh, man. Poor Algerians, dude. They're under massive repression. I had no clue. All right. We're going to be following things happening in Algeria also. Oh, you learn new shit every day, bro. Wow. This is incredible. I didn't know. Okay. I'm going to stop just getting too excited because when I find new injustices like this, I just want to like jump straight in. We're already following so many injustices, but we'll keep this on the radar. Okay. We're going to keep this one on the radar. Okay, everybody. I think that'll do it. I am yawning like 10 times a second here. They definitely killed that guy? Yeah, I think so. We'll see. I want to know what happened to him. But thank you so much. And Darlene, please keep me posted. Please keep me posted about the ICE detention. If you hear anything else, I'll keep my eyes open on that one as well. Yeah, Zach Chap, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's raid Zach Chap. We all know Zach Chap, everybody. Zach Chap's awesome. We'll raid Zach Chap. We need to get Zach Chap to partner. So support Zach Chap. Support Zach Chap, please. Everybody support Zach Chap. He's a great bloke. Incredible bloke. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for being here with me. Kakite, Pomarie, please stay safe. The world is a crazy place. Capitalism is fucking up our world. And we've just got to, stay vigilant, stay patient, and we'll do it. We'll get through it. Keep educating everybody. Keep educating your communities. Keep educating. It's all about word of mouth. We've just got to keep spreading this news. So thank you so much, everyone. And I will catch you all soon, okay? Take care. Here we go, Raiders. Good night, everybody. Pomarie, Kakite, and I will see you all tomorrow. In 3, 2, 1, please say hello to Zach Chap for me. Kakite, everybody. Take care, Twitch. And Kakite to everybody on YouTube. Pomarie to everybody on TikTok. Take care, everybody. I'll chat with you all soon. Thank you for being here with me tonight. Love all of you. Take care, please. And I will see you all soon. Pomarie. Free Palestine. Take care, YouTube. I'll catch you all soon.